I hope my dog's not too loud. Hello and welcome to those of you that are joining us retrospectively. Sending big love, big blessings, peace and honor. Ori, go line that side. Go. Ori. This dog, when he walks, he's got like mountains footsteps. And it's really, really loud. I hope you guys can't hear the YouTube in the other room, can you? I have this habit of the other laptop runs on, and now as long as you can't hear it through this mic, it's okay for now. But yeah, so let's get cranking on. We're going to be talking about the serpent. It's a wonderful discussion. There's a lot of ground to cover. It's a broad topic. It relates to the inner, the metaphor, the ancient races. Also, it relates to, some of the extraterrestrial stories that we've been hearing. So without any further ado, we're going to jump right in. I'm going to introduce the people that are here to start with. We've got more people arriving soon. But as people arrive, first we've got Indy Sage. Indy Sage is a really lovely brother. He's a shadow worker. He helps people to engage with their shadows, to bring out the repressed psychological. And hello, dear Aaron. Blessed be, brother. Helps people to bring out their repressed emotions and connect with the parts of themselves that they've pushed away or left behind because of fear or anger or emotions that were acting as a barrier. And this is what he does. He helps people engage with that level of themselves. Obviously, it means he's done a lot of shadow work on himself, and his life has been a challenging life. The challenging lives are the ones that give us the opportunity to go deep into our shadows and pull forth wisdom. This is representing the serpent in its most fundamental form, really, wisdom, extracting wisdom from life and the polarity of wisdom and understanding the good and the bad and the divine and the mundane and how they come together in a sense of perfect matrimony of form and spirituality. We also have the Cosmic Prankster. Cosmic Prankster, another very interesting chap here. A wonderful guy. He's been channeling a system with the Fae. I hope my dog's not too loud. I must go get him to... Ori, go lie on your couch, on your bed. Go, on your bed. So he has been working for years with the Fae, channeling the system of magic and occult therapeutics. And he's got a fascinating outlook on life and manifestation and the different forms of manifestation that it takes. We're going to hear some interesting takes here as well because he works with the Fae, and so he's very connected to the elemental realm. We've also got dear brother Aaron here. Aaron is another fascinating character. You can also find him, and Indy hasn't got too much stuff on YouTube, but hopefully he will have soon. Aaron's on YouTube. He's been doing a lot of content lately, some really interesting content worth taking a look at, different kinds of exercises, imagination exercises, memory exercises. These are all towards the serpent of wisdom, fundamentally. So he's coming from a Rosicrucian element, but also taking into account Vedic and other different schools of ancient thoughts. And we've got a wonderful crew here. We've got a few more people going to pop on as we move forwards. Otherwise, sending you so much love. Blessings, peace, and honor. And I'd love for you guys to get a chance to introduce yourselves while I go and turn off that annoying other computer. It's echoing me at me.
All right. Thank you so much for the wonderful introduction, Franklin, as always. And this is going to be a great discussion about the serpent. First, a little bit about myself. As Franklin mentioned, I do shadow work. I'm also a proponent of the aquatic ape theory, so to speak, and I study anthropology, evolutionary anthropology, archaeological anthropology, and cultural anthropology as well, and a bit of linguistic anthropology too. So I'm very fascinated with the study of the human race and our history. I also study ancient mysticism. So I'll be able to provide a lot from my studies of ancient mysticism about the serpent into this discussion today. So it's going to be pretty wild.
And I'm Cosmic Prankster. I've been working with the Fae for quite a long time, basically kind of learning this sort of extra-dimensional epistemology in regards to understanding different higher dimensional realms, how they relate to each other, where do they kind of like situate themselves, how is it all organized, and kind of by like doing that, it's almost been kind of like a scientific sort of process of sort of like learning more and more about how the the outer worlds work. And it's made me kind of realize that the universe that we live in is a lot bigger than we, previously thought. Just, total vastness. And I'm thinking about the archetype of the serpent. I assume we're probably going to get into the whole Ouroboros archetype with the serpent. I think that has a lot of there's a lot of symbolism in that I think that I can probably filter through the sort of the Zarfexological studies that I do. And then I'll take that to Aaron.
Hello, everyone. Great topic choice today. We've had a lot of syncs in a variety of different groups, so it's definitely been funneling to a great conversation that I think we'll have today. I do provide a lot of different exercises with imagination and memory. I also have what I consider Mariner maps of consciousness and really trying to map out the different internal and external pressures and forces that we have to navigate as we grow on the spiritual path. I think the serpent is going to be great because it really provides a new container so that we can view supposed fixed forms from a new perspective and then disconnect the consciousness enough to integrate it and move into a new form. So that's really the perspective that I'm going to have. I like the shadow type aspect, and I like to say that always follow truth where it leads you in the dark, because a lot of new revelations can come from that kind of meditation.
Absolutely, I can contest to that. One in deep meditation, one can go into a trance and sometimes get what's called a spirit vision. And these can be different for everybody. A spirit vision can be communion with the ancestors, spirit guides, animals, spirit animals, the shamanic meaning behind them and their message. So there can be many different versions of what a spirit vision can be for an individual. You can also have journeys and astral projection and explore different realms. So I apologize for the background sound here. I'm having a yard sale, but I'm going to try to put a little input in today when I can. And yeah, the serpent has represented wisdom in ancient times. In more recent times, has been more demonized. But it's a representation of not only wisdom but rebirth, because the snake will come out of its skin and be reborn. So it shows that we can be reborn spiritually and soulfully.
Beautifully started, brother. Wisdom, yeah. Knowledge, wisdom, understanding. I've always considered the caduceus as that symbol of knowledge, which combines wisdom and understanding in perfect synergy, perfect harmony, where the experience of wisdom is tempered with the conception of understanding and put into a context where one can be in a state of knowledge. And knowledge I've always thought of as a many-sided jewel that's rotating. And one can see one moment of truth, one aspect of truth upon the rotating axle of this gem. And the moment one sees it, it is moved, it is changed. And truth is like this dance of the serpent, this continuity of flow. And we can get stuck on little pieces of knowledge that we experience and want to believe it as a factual statement of truth, where I've always considered the truth to be something of a process that's in evolution itself. As a weird concept. There's something that rings with me, something from my childhood. What does it say? Let's try and bush whisper it up. The words of truth can cover the heart with a lie. Such is the nature of the forked tongue of the serpent. The ambiguity of the serpent's words, the ambiguity of truth. And this, I always take it, hashtag bush whisperer. I always take that to mean or those ideas to mean that the nature of truth and knowledge is based upon context. And no two contexts are the same. I can say the same words as you, but they will have a different meaning for you as they will have for me. And what will become knowledge in one moment will become ignorance in another moment. The same words, the same ideas, because the world is in a state of change. And if truth reflects, what a beautiful little woofsy poofsy, hey? Yo, that's a pretty little one, hey? Look at that doggy woggy. As the world is in a state of flux and changing, the truth is changing in calibration with the world. For the world is an expression of truth as I see it. And there was a conversation sparked in a group that actually was triggering this. To be honest, what got me on this topic was a deep emotional pain. Because I found this little baby snake on the way, after coming down the mountain, on the way home. There's a steep road that I got to walk down, and it's hundreds of yards, and it curves around to another road. And just before I got to the bottom of that road, I found a little, very young baby snake in the gutter, and it couldn't really easily get over the gutter. And so I picked it up, knowing my heart was saying, yeah, you should take it back to the mountain. But I had my son with me, and the clock was ticking. We had to get to the shop. We had to get fruit for the smoothie, and we had to get home. I got to get him ready for his live class. My brain was preoccupied with my son's requirements. And so I put him in the side of a property, and there's some wild properties there because their houses are near the mountain, hoping that he'll be fine, even though a little silent serpentine voice inside my throat said to me, no, don't just leave him there. I should have taken him home with me. And I wasn't sure because the shape of his head, sometimes the little baby cobras can look very much like baby mole snakes. The shape of the head is what's fundamentally different. We've got cobras here, mostly puff adders, but we do have cobras. I actually found a cobra in my street, and I've got a penguin sanctuary in my road, so I can walk up and I can release snakes into the penguin sanctuary. There's plenty to hunt out there. Oh, there's also, they can become food for the mongoose because there are a lot of mongoose there. But that's their dynamic, that's life. But anyway, I put the snake in the garden, and just last week, the end of last week, or was it Monday? No, I think it was Friday. I found that little snake squashed flat on the pavement. And some part of me was gutted, thinking, did somebody come past and stamp this thing, like murder it? And I felt responsible because I had known when I put him in that garden that it probably wasn't the best solution. But we have a naval base next to us. There's lots of places for them to go. I was just figuring that there were lots of little bugs and, things in there that he could subsist on while he was growing bigger. Because you know what these snakes are like. It's still winter, so they're not that active. Anyway, that sparked me on the serpent. And there was a serpent conversation where somebody was saying in a group that the coils of the serpent coil around and hide the truth. And I responded to that. I had a little bit of a reaction to it, almost like, no, I don't believe that the serpent hides the truth. I believe that the serpent is the spirit of truth that is moving through us. And when that truth uncoils within us, the truth lives within us as a potential. And when it uncoils, that's the Kundalini uncoiling. And the uncoiling of this Kundalini engulfs us in a position where the rising energies between the polarities of being start to get into a concussive state in order to reach harmony and balance. And so for me, the serpent represents truth. And I thought, let's go with that. What are your guys' thoughts, when we're talking about wisdom as the serpent? How do you sit on this proverbial fence?
I think that, one of the things that I tend to say a lot is that we need to have actual experience and apply our knowledge to create the wisdom. And so once reality is impacted with the actual experience, then it burns away the illusion. And I also think that speaking truth and coherent truth of our inner and outer worlds burns illusion away. But when people are not willing to speak honestly and reveal their inner world and some of their own conflictions that bind them, then looking to the serpent, which is really creating the snare that is binding them, then that reveals the reality of what their actual poison is. And so that's kind of been, I'd say, my path is, if I can't find the knowledge that I'm seeking in a group or individuals, then there's usually some sort of serpent or coil or snare that's conflicting their emotions and causing them to not want to reveal the actual truth. And that's going, I think, a little bit more to the shadow type side, and almost even having to embody, I'd say, a little bit more of the serpent within myself and in others, and then integrate that shadow and then try to express it and see if the illusion is actually burned away when I speak or act on the perceived truth. I think Bush Whisperer froze. Cosmic or Indy, you want to jump in?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I like what Cosmic was saying. Recently, I found a dead snake in my garden. It was a little baby snake, and it brought sadness to me. And my girlfriend said, "Oh, I killed that snake," and I thought to myself, "Why would you kill this harmless little cute little baby snake? It's just a garter snake." Because she's a master at killing vipers, which are very prevalent around here. Oh, is my sound coming in and out? Is it not coming in smooth? I got 2 bars on my Wi-Fi here.
No, you're good, Indy. It's just Franklin.
Okay. So, but she had said, no, I stepped on that snake by accident when I was coming out of the car. The way I put my guard in, there's really not too much room to put a vehicle. We were backing up to the garage, and I thought, oh, good, she didn't try to hurt the little poor thing. I love snakes. I think that snakes and venomous creatures command respect for a reason, and they if they're small and they make a giant creature scared of themselves, they must be doing something right. So I like to have that power.
I think what's interesting about snakes is the idea that, like, I thought there was some study, like, somewhere that shows that humans, like, have, like, an ingrained fear of snakes. So it's like they just instinctively know, based on the like the genetic information from the ancestors and, you know, humanity in the ape kingdom had to deal with that stuff. Because there's like certain animals, I think if you show a dangerous animal to a child, they won't necessarily instinctively know it's dangerous. But with a snake, they do know that. I think that's interesting that that animal has become this kind of like this sort of like universal like symbol that's just like, you know, just totally saturated the Jungian collective unconscious.
I grew up in the desert.
I think
and
that fear.
I was always really
Please
fascinated
continue,
with
brother.
rattlesnakes, and so I spent a lot of time around rattlesnakes while I was venturing out into the desert. And the snake definitely, its first weapon is paralysis, and so like with the rattlesnake, it emits the sound and the frequency first that paralyzes and causes the person not to move, or the animal, before it strikes. And even its poison is an additional layer of paralysis before it starts to kind of dissolve the matter into a different form before it eats it. So I think that's pretty revealing of kind of the way that it moves. And then they also, like, you think of like the sidewinder type snakes and everything in the desert, they move in a very coiled fashion as well. So everything about the snake is emitting paralysis type energy. So I think that for me, I perceive it more as people don't have an ingrained response in like an ancestral DNA type manner, but I think that they it's all about the movement of the snake generating a paralysis and the entire way that it interacts with the realm. And so the snake also creates a shadow. And so the people, I think, that embody it, or the myths and stories that are really embodying the snake, it's kind of pulling out the shadow and causing the person to have some level of paralysis and confront the fears and the darkness that they're facing in order to overcome the various pressures that the snake is really doing the dance to draw it out of people.
It's interesting, the whole kind of like idea of paralysis, which can be extrapolated in a sort of a psychological dimension, as well, like how our fears and our worries tend to paralyze us and make us, indecisive in our actions. I think something is an interesting point you explored here.
And I think people do that same thing too. If you've got someone that I think embodies more of the darker side of the occult, or maybe they have a lifestyle that is that way, then they almost even will look a little bit more like a serpent type with the way that they dress and the tattoos and everything. And if that type of person walks into an environment, then people almost kind of respond like there's a snake there, and they've got to be on high alert to see what the snake is going to do. So that even has some level of paralysis to it that is quite interesting.
I feel like in ancient times, when they referred to the serpent people or convey an individual, referred to being related to the snake, whether they had a snake head or it was just the uraeus on the pharaoh's headdress of the cobra snake on their forehead. I feel like those snakes were representative of their wisdom many a time. Although the snake is twofold, and its ferocity is also another aspect of the snake. Much like the rose is beautiful but has thorns, the snake is wise but has fangs. And so to cross the snake could be deadly, unlike the rose. And so the representation of the snake, if it's the main representation of a god or an individual in lore, could be representative of wisdom usually, but also could be representative of its deadly bite. And snakes also pose, the anaconda is not a venomous snake, but it's also a very imposing snake. So snakes can be imposing in their size, but also in the ways of their motion. The way that they kind of wiggle, it's kind of eerie to people. A lot of people are kind of very sensitive to that, to seeing that, which is, I think, a maternal instinct oftentimes that comes from a woman trying to protect their baby, because the baby just wants to kind of grab everything in the grass and just see what it tastes like. And thankfully, there's that maternal instinct for a mother to keep those snakes at bay from the child. And I think that's where a lot of the fear comes from.
Indy, are you familiar with the Shah Maran myth about I think it's Mesopotamia or Persian, about a whole ancient folklore lore around it? And there's a Netflix series that's gotten pretty popular on it.
Yeah, I have heard vaguely about that, and they've kind of speculated about them that they were like a sinister cult. Is that correct?
I'm not too familiar with it since I've only watched the show, but it's kind of like there's the Mar, which is the sea people, which are serpents, and we've got serpents that I think relate to water a lot, as the serpents are able to move in water and everything. So it's kind of like the serpent people are coexisting with the human people, and they have their own type of myth, and they're battling whether they should coexist with humans or should they take over and kind of destroy humanity and have a free serpent type world. And
That's
So I'm
cool.
curious, you know, what
Is this
if you've got any insight onto that, since you know a lot more about all of the historical references and a wealth of knowledge.
now, is this science fiction or is this a historical documentary?
No, it's a historical tale.
Oh, okay. Um, Man, this stuff's exciting. Yeah, I feel like that was probably a cult of a society that held sacred wisdom, probably of the stars, um, of um, many alchemistic practices of metallurgy, things and such, and probably kept some secrets that they didn't want to be revealed. I think there's something about the serpent that there's a level of secrecy where you keep others at bay just because I think when there's people of wisdom, I think Carl Jung said it best that if you know more than others, you'll be lonely. So I feel like there's an aspect of that to the serpent. If the serpent is more knowing than others, it kind of isolates it in some ways. So there's an aspect of that to it as well. So I feel like that society of serpent people was probably secretive. I would speculate that.
I wonder. I was just thinking about the original Conan the Barbarian movie with Arnold Schwarzenegger, and it makes me remember that in that movie, the villain played by James Earl Jones has this kind of like serpent cult. Essentially, he's like a sorcerer who can turn into a snake, essentially. And I think that one of the other archetypes when it comes to serpents is deception. And I think and the other thing about deception, I think Mark Twain has a quote. I don't know the exact quote, but he says it's like a good con man, wools over the person with truth before he says the lies. So the idea is you mix lies with truth. So you mix real wisdom with deception. It's like, because that's kind of like, what he does is James Earl Jones, he basically promises, these all these followers this sort of enlightenment. But at the same time, he's also basically sacrificing people to this giant serpent so that they can basically, be devoured too. So I think maybe the other danger of the serpent is not just that, is that maybe that the wisdom can be dangerous in the sense that it's covering up a sort of a lie or a deceptive aspect. Because when it comes to like controlling people's thoughts and controlling people's minds, you don't control people with outright lies. You have to have something truthful for people to anchor themselves in before you can sell them to deception and actually control them. And I think that's kind of what, like, you think about like the Garden of Eden story. Like basically the serpent sort of like gives them promises the apple and the tree of the fruit of tree of good and evil. And in a sense, it's like, the snake wasn't lying. They did get sort of this, like, Adam and Eve did this new insight, but, at a kind of a terrible price. So I think that's kind of the thing when it comes with like dealing with snakes. It's like, you can extract the venom for your own use, or you can get bitten yourself. So yeah, it's like, it's one of those things where it's also, I think the other aspect of wisdom with the serpent is it's kind of like, it's not like wisdom in the sense, the traditional sense, where it's just like this, kind of this benevolent thing. It shows you kind of like, it really is kind of like a symbol of the sort of the ambivalent and primordial nature of the world we live in, where there's a lot of there's wisdom, but there's also danger. So, and I guess that kind of that Ouroboros infinity. But yeah, I think I'll let since you see Slick Dissident has joined in the chat, and I'll let him say a piece.
Thank you, dear brother. And thank you, Slick, for being so patient and humble. I was just noticing Slick was there, and then I noticed beeping, and I was like, uh-oh, I'm not plugged in. And there went my laptop. And I was like, oh, gosh, whole story rigmarole. But thank you for joining us, dear brother Slick. He's been sitting there for like 5 minutes, maybe longer. Maybe he was there before I noticed, because I scrolled down. I was like, hey, who's that? Ah, it's Slick. But those of you that don't know Slick, and I'm pretty sure most of you know Slick, because Slick gets around because he's slick. He's the Slick Dissident. If you've seen him around Slick Dissident's his channel, you can find it in the recommended channels along with Aaron's channel as well. And Indy's channel is there. We're waiting for Indy to get his voice up there. And we're waiting for Cosmic to launch his channel. He's not quite ready yet. He's still working on his system. But Slick Dissident is a wonderful researcher, a magician, magus, a philosopher, very much embedded in the Ennead system. But obviously, the Ennead crosses over with everything else, the Kabbalah, the Vedic schools of thought. He's a very open-minded, great researcher, touches a lot of bones, and an original decipherer of things. So he's always tweaking things and twisting things and sort of serpentining the whole story a little bit. Welcome, dear Slick. Thank you for joining us. Much love. Honored to have you. Honored to have all you guys on the channel. Sorry I fell off and just went down the sleepy lane. Much love. Do please introduce yourself, and it's lovely to have you guys here. The conversation, by the way, so far is rocking. Slick, if you go to settings, yeah, and you click on settings,
How about now?
You click on, yeah, brother. Now,
Okay.
there you go.
Okay, thank you. Mic check, mic check. All right. Yes, thank you, Franklin, for bringing the brothers together again with a topic that we can chew on for days and chase our tail for infinity in any shape we care to. This is a topic that just gives and gives and gives, and it's so fascinating. You know, Cosmic, you were mentioning Conan the Barbarian and the Serpent cult. One of his demonstrations of power to Conan was his command over his slaves. And it has been a long time since I've seen that movie, but I do believe that he demonstrates to Conan, watch how my servants obey my command all the way to their death. And he tells one of his slaves to throw herself off the cliff, and she does it. And there is a quote, I think it's attributed to Confucius, but Confucius is like much like the Aristotle of Asia. He gets attributed all the good stories go land in his lap, but he says that it is symbols that rule the world. And a fascinating correspondence to that scene where she willingly, happily, she doesn't even hesitate. She just takes herself right off the cliff to make the master happy. The amygdala, I do believe it is the amygdala of the human anatomy that is very reptile shaped. And if you look at the entire spinal column and including the brain, the whole thing is like a one big sperm or one big serpent embedded into our anatomy at large. And the snake is in all the things. But even our own anatomy, that's not just the snake of the spinal column in the brain, but my hands are two snakes, my legs are two snakes. And for the men, we got an extra snake to consider in a very vulnerable location. So I think the snake is both embedded into our psyche to be cautious of it, like things that move at a certain horizon line and down, they get priority in our anatomy, and our adrenaline will kick on real quick, and we have, some of us have more lightning snap reactions than others. But I think it's reinforced spiritually, like Indy, like you were saying about, the snake is twofold, and it can be useful if you harness it, if you manage it wisely, and it can also be incredibly detrimental in a split second. I just want to mention that I believe that Cain in the Bible was described as snake-eyed, that he had serpent-like eyes. And this is kind of tapping into some of the racial malarkey behind that program, because today we call people from the East cane eyes. They're Chinese. They're Chinese. They're cane-eyed. And that is to say that they have those beautiful Asian eyes. It's actually envy. It's really envy. Like, the Asian features are gorgeous. And it's a lot of people are just quick snap reaction to, I guess, disguise their envy with hatred or vitriol or othering to other people. And I think the cane eyes are gorgeous, but I could see how it was used for political means in the past. So I just wanted to put some of those notes on the table because I know we're going to go for hours.
Yeah, that's kind of baffled me, actually. There's mention of these serpent eyes, or these snake eyes, or these crescent eyes. And I wonder that I always figured that they were talking about like kind of an Asian eye where they actually have one less wrinkle in the eyelid. But I feel like there's a legend here of a giant from 3,000 years ago called Jedikula, and there's a petroglyph stone here with over 1,500 petroglyphs. They say that he had slanted eyes, but I think they were referring to the eyes being slanted, and the pupil was not round; it was slanted like a snake or a cat. And so that's baffled me. So I wonder if they were referring to that as Cain as well. So you have to always keep an open mind, about that kind of stuff. And it's really fascinating to me. I don't see that a human could have that form of an eye, but I've seen images where my friend took a picture of himself and both of his eyes had split into 3 parts on his pupil. And it was baffling to us. We couldn't understand because everything else in the picture was completely perfect. And we looked it up, and this happens to people sometimes in the images and when they take pictures sometimes. So we don't really understand why, but very strange.
I think what's interesting about snake eyes is that the actual eyes themselves are shaped like snakes. Like, you have like a vertical or a horizontal pupil, which is in itself a snake shape. So it's almost like an internal like representation of a fractal being represented at a larger and like a macro and micro scale.
Right? It's like that mirroring effect where things like
Well,
reflect
it's
back.
also a slit too. So the snake eye is just a dark slit. So that means you can't perceive the full shadow of it. Versus a human eye is a circle. So the black is fully perceivable and it's a complete shadow that you can perceive. Versus the person that embodies the snake, I would say, is someone that has a large integrated shadow that, unless somebody else of a counter or equal type form, they're not going to be able to perceive what kind of shadow that they're dealing with. And going back to the point about fealty, so the command over the slaves and everything, that is also I think a level of control and concealment and manipulation as well, because they always demand fealty if you're going to have command over your slaves. And the snake also very hypnotic with its movements. It's paralyzing before it injects you with the poison.
Yeah, somebody mentioned the shape changing earlier from the film. I think it was Cosmic, and that's quite interesting because that's not just random. That comes from the mythos itself. In fact, you can trace the Naga back to ancient Egypt. It's very interesting. Ancient Egypt, what we the little serpent that is worn on the head of the pharaohs comes from an ancient idea of a serpent goddess. This is the serpent goddess that brought up Horus when Isis didn't know what to do with Horus. But I believe that these are all ancient. And I think when we go really far back, we look at the Naga. So in ancient Indian, the Naga are ascribed to being beings that can shape change, literally change their shape. And so that was the powers that they had, the power to change their form, the powers of magic, supreme intellect with regards to being able to develop technology, and very, 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 what's the word? They could convince you to do things. They could convince you. They're very convincing, just because they're very logical. And logic, you can always convince someone with logic. If someone doesn't want to do something and you think like logically and you go, well, what about this? What about that? What about that? Before you know it, they'll be like, you know what, you're right. Because we find logic so convincing. And I think logic is a big part of the serpent power. Though the idea of the Naga being able to change form is a very, very ancient idea. And so the Nagas were serpents, but they could also take the form of other beings. They could take the forms of all sorts of beings. They were able to cast spells and manipulate situations with magic, knowledge of the arcane. And I believe it was Arjuna's wife was a Naga, by the way. What is that right? Arjuna's wife? I believe Arjuna's wife was a Naga. And you can look at the Naga that Vasuki, what Shiva wears around his throat. He influenced this Naga to become a serpent so he could wear the serpent around his throat. So there's an interesting, powerful symbolism with the idea of the throat chakra relating to Nagas. Oh, and by the way, this, when we go back to ancient Egypt, right? The particular what was her name? Let me try and get her name. Wadjet. So Wadjet was the ancient Egyptian goddess, and she obviously relates to the cobra. She also relates to a creature that's very similar, to all intents and purposes. It is the what are those little animals called that hunt snakes? Very quick, mongoose. It's a kind of an Egyptian mongoose, also related to the shrew, which is like contradictory if you think about it, because the mongoose hunt snakes, and the snakes, the mongoose, they fight. And the snakes eat, so the mongoose eats snakes, and the snakes eat mice. And the most intelligent of the mice are those little shrew. They're also extremely brave, and they are shrewd. I think the word shrewd comes from the word shrew, or the connection with the animal shrew. So there's a lot of ancient lore that relates to. Oh, and by the way, this particular Egyptian goddess, she was the goddess of childbirth and of rearing and teaching children. And what else was sacred to her? In fact, her pictogram was very similar to the pictogram of papyrus. And now we're looking at something interesting, because we look at Quetzalcoatl. We look at the stories of Quetzalcoatl. We look at the story of Tahuti. Tahuti has got the caduceus associated with serpents. These are the gods of magic and trickster gods. So when we're looking at trickster gods, we often have a very powerful association with the serpent, which I think is something that's bringing us to what you guys have been talking about, that element of deception. Because the trickster gods in our mythologies have always been tricky little buggers, haven't they? always got some angle they're up to. I see you got some lovely pictures here. The eyes.
Yeah, so I guess it could be the case that these people said to have had serpent eyes may have had this condition called coloboma, where they have a tear in part of the eye. And the Greek etymology of the word refers back to the tear and missing part of mutilated part of the eye. Well, not of the eye, mutilated missing part. But it's an interesting condition, and I think some historical figures may have had this condition potentially, but it would definitely be an imposing appearance to have this look like a serpent eye.
Wonder if they had a tear in their spirit that manifests in the eye.
Yeah, and you have to also consider that maybe this defect may have been actually an inherited trait of people that used to have eyes like this. I think a lot of time that's the case with people that are giant or dwarf. I feel like that comes from our peoples.
Yeah, you know the what is it called? The Eeyore Bach story from Finland is called the. Help me out. Eeyore Bach's cosmology that Helsinki, Finland is the origin of the Garden of Eden, and it's been vilified to the utmost. I forget the name of his whole research, but somewhere way deep in that research trail, there is a claim in that lineage that some humans were mated with goats. And as soon as bestiality comes into the picture, everybody recoils. And, of course, it's gross. It's physiologically unthinkable, but I think that kind of lays a cover for deeper knowledge beyond that. But goats also have eyes, very much like a serpent with that slit. And they fight dirty. Goats fight dirty. They wait till you're not looking. They take that opportunity to be real cheap and bring up past animosity that doesn't even.
They're pranksters, like a lot of underworld gods.
Yeah, man. Yeah. So I think some of that, I'm forgetting that the umbrella title for the Helsinki, Finland, Eorbach research, but even Eor kind of implies the donkey from our culture. But yeah, I think there's something fascinating about that.
Yeah, that's very interesting. I mean, I almost thought you were going to start talking about the Welsh with their sheep, and a blind Welshman, like sheep, goat. What's the difference? They're very related. Interesting story about sheep and goats is it's actually mentioned in the Sumerian tablets that they were brought here from Nibiru specifically, which is interesting. They actually specifically mention that the goats and the sheep were brought here. So go wonder that the ram and the goat, Capricorn and Aries, are such a, they play a really fundamental, important role. I mean, Aries ushers in the march, and it sort of finds its resolution in Capricorn, which is then carried by Aquarius. Aquarius is the water bearer. He carries all the information, but it sort of finds its resolution with Capricorn, where we've gone a full circle back to the goat. Start with the goat, end with the goat. There's something quite interesting about our wheel of astrology starting and ending with goats, and then bringing in that human factor, which represents the group, which represents an evolutional step towards group consciousness, and not just being like every goat for himself. Come on, man. Gangster.
I like to point out something I learned in my many experiments about that, the sheep being in Aries and then the goat being down in Capricorn. The way that I orient my zodiac brings forward the entire dynamics of Yom Kippur. And if you consider the temple to be in Aries on the spring equinox, the Yom Kippur ritual is generally 2 goats, but the one goat that stays in the temple is pure. So it'll be white or pristine or well-treated. And the one that is sent out has their transgressions whispered into its ear, or maybe attached to a note or a sigil or a glyph. That way it has the burden of their transgressions being sent as far away as possible. So the pure one stays in the temple. And I think of that as the ram of Aries. And an able-bodied man takes the transgressive energy of the sacrificial goat, and they walk it on, I believe it's a 5-day journey, but they stop for lunch at designated locations along the way. So it becomes essentially 10 markers, which brings you around the circle until they're at the cliff. And at the exact moment of the 5th day, they sacrifice that goat off of a designated cliff. And at the same moment back at the temple, and that's to, lure Azazel out to consume the transgressive energy. And while Azazel is distracted, while you're looking at this hand, over in the other hand, they sacrifice the pure goat in the temple. Well, that is exactly, if you go around the circle from Aries, you're creating a 270 degree arc, but the remaining difference, that pi wedge, is a cliff. it is a cliff, the 90-degree edge that you didn't walk around, circumambulate. That is the cliff that the goat gets dropped off in Capricorn. So Aries is where the pure ram is, and Capricorn is at the bottom, the foot of the cliff.
Here's an interesting point. And we were talking about the serpent. We haven't mentioned the Bible yet. And, you know, the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Now, I'm not that deeply embedded in Greek. You might be. Or there might be people here, maybe a few of you that have looked into the Greek story more. But in the Garden of Hesperides, there is a tree with, is it Ladon? Ladon. The serpent Ladon that is coiled about the tree, and there are golden apples on that tree. This is where I believe the association with the Garden of Eden and the apple mac. Oh my gosh, we got to get into apple mac. Oh no. Because that apple is related to a serpent. That whole bite being taken out of an apple is talking the language of our archetypal programming, which is, you know, the Bible, the Genesis, and how we were tricked by the serpent. Were we tricked? This is a really good question. Were we tricked? Because according to the Sumerian version, we weren't tricked. According to the Sumerian version, it was Enki walking in the garden saying, listen, heads up, you got some of our DNA in you. You guys are rocking, man. You guys are cool. And we were like, really? Yeah, man, you're like part God. We were like, oh, wow, that means we're a bit special. Instead of like tricking you and going, no. You know, to me, it just seems a little bit interesting how everything's been twisted around. Now, I'm curious about this Ladon serpent in the Greek stories. Do any of you guys have any traction on that? Because I don't know much about it, but it rings like the Bible story, and we now see where the Bible story came from.
Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead, Aaron.
Oh, I just wanted to point out, so when we're talking about all of these stories, it's important to remember the different symbolism and what those different symbols really represent. And so with the snake, it's also very much like free sexual type pleasure and all about the sensory pleasure without any rules or boundaries. And we were just talking about the sheep. And so the sheep intestines were used as condoms for a long time in ancient times. And then we were talking about the bestiality, and you think of snakes as well. And the snakes will have the snake pit where they're having like the big snake orgy almost. And so it's interesting, the symbolism, to see that the sheep intestine used as a condom is like the serpent that is wrapping around the sheep and constricting it, and how that relates to sensuality. So there's just so much layering of different symbolism with that point right there. And the more of the dark occult, you know, priest class and the vices is very much about free sensual pleasure and constricting the sheeple and everything. So there's just so much right there.
But I think this is an interesting question. When were the words of truth contorted into a lie? And which version is the lie? Is the serpent protecting something really sacred? Is it not really tricking us? Is that something that has been told to us so that we will be afraid of the serpent? Because ever since I was young, I've had a thing with snakes. And I've always said to people that a snake is the most reliable animal that there is. They're almost as reliable as a dog. Cats aren't reliable. If a cat's in a mood, you're getting a shot, bro. You better be quick. Get out of the way because you're going to get it. Dogs, you know where you stand with a dog. They won't attack you unless you really do something to wind them up. Yeah. Cats, you just stroke the cat in the wrong moment. What? Bang, there's a shot for you, buddy. Enjoy, you know. Snakes, very reliable. They won't just go for you. They're actually one of the most peaceful creatures that I've come across. And I've been around a lot of snakes my whole life. In fact, when I took the mantle as shaman was after I'd had my most significant initiation, which was with a snake, a big one. a big snake. 3 times the size of me. If I lie down on the ground, it's a big snake. And it was standing up my face. And I hugged her and she kissed me on the lips. And there was this electricity on my tongue. She literally kissed my, like, okay, I got a bit jiggy with the snake, you could say. But anyway, there was this powerful transmission of an initiation that came from her to me. It was literally like all my senses went pow. It was like I jumped into my skin so deeply that I could hear everything far away. I could smell everything. I could taste everything. My senses were like amped up times 3. And I felt so in tune with my surroundings, more than I'd ever been. And I'd always had experiences of snakes. Whenever I would dance, I would feel these things uncoiling within myself. And I would swim in my mind until I just see these serpents like coiling and uncoiling and uncoiling and uncoiling and uncoiling and uncoiling till I'm like losing, I don't know which way is up or down or left or right. I'm just spinning. So I've always had a very close connection. When I was a child, I used to catch them. I used to walk past the field and I could sense like 100 yards that way, down there, and I'd just walk there and I'd lift the rock and there'd be the snake waiting. And I had like 10, 15 in my room at any given time. And I had like tanks. I had about 5, 6 different tanks, big tanks, smaller tanks, and I'd get babies, bigger mole snakes. I caught all the snakes in my neighborhood. I knew where every snake was. I would go to someone's house and I would go in their garden. I'd come back with a snake. That was in my garden. I'd be like, yeah, don't worry. It's harmless. This is just a slug eater, or this is just a mole snake. They were mostly harmless, but I've always felt connection with snakes. And I've never seen a snake to be something that you can't trust, just with my own experience, where I would, wild boar are like that. You can predict a wild boar. They will charge, and they will be aggressive, but they won't attack you. They'll charge right up until you, and they've got big tusks. They're testing you. I think if you were to get scared and try and run, that'd be the end of your days. Like that'd be it. Like, where do I sign? Time to leave. But if you just stand there and just stand your ground and just calm down, they'll never ever attack you. So there's certain animals which have, and these are animals that have been adorned as being sacred. So Shiva, the powers of the Holy Spirit, is sacred, and the holy powers of the Spirit are sacred. And the snakes have been considered like, okay, what is the snake that protected the Buddha? Is it Mitruenda? Anyone know the name Mitruenda? I'm getting tongue-tied. Buddha sat under the Bodhi tree in meditation, and for 7 days and 7 nights, a snake had come out from under the ground, a big one, a big cobra, and it had covered him from behind. And there are these paintings all over India and in Nepal, I'm sure, like a lot of other places, where it's literally covering him for 7 days to protect him from a powerful monsoon storm and the elements while he was in a deep meditation, so that nothing could disturb him. And I've often found that when I've been in a very calm, peaceful state, the snakes come to me because they want your warmth. But they're very sensitive. Snakes can sense vibrations, can't they? I think they don't even use their eyes much. I think they tune into your vibrations more than anything else. I don't know. What are your guys' thoughts on the idea that perhaps we've been given the wrong symbolism of snakes?
Actually, I think if you kind of just look at like the history of the evolution of religion, it kind of perfectly makes sense, because you think about the sort of the Judeo-Christian mythos. If you think about the whole Bible, like that Old Testament is basically just like a condemnation of the pagan religions that preceded it. Because you mentioned before, there's the Sumerian kind of like, the snake is good. Judeo-Christian tradition was a lot of ways was a stark departure from that kind of pagan nature worshiping religion into more of a sky focused religion. Everything is up in the sky, in the clouds. So it actually makes sense that they see the snake as the deceptant, because that deceptive snake, if you think about it, is sort of representative of the old like Sumerian, ancient Semitic religions that came before that. That's basically saying, so in a lot of ways, when the Bible is depicting the serpent in the Garden of Eden as evil, they're also basically saying that the religions that venerated and basically worship the snake, that those old religions were the deceivers, were the religion that true. So in a lot of ways, if you think about it from that context, it's kind of a form of propaganda, if you will. And I think they kind of did the same thing. Well, I don't know if this is confirmed or not, because this is kind of a controversial claim, but the idea of the 72 spirits of the Goetia of King Solomon were thought to be old Canaanite and Sumerian ancient deities repurposed as demons. I think the only one they kind of have evidence for is there's Astarte, who was the sort of the Canaanite fertility goddess, who was then transformed into Astaroth, the demon. So I think when you're talking about that story of the snake in the garden going from something that gives us power as to something to a deceiver, it perfectly kind of lines up with the trajectory of the evolution of the Judeo-Christian religion, sort of as like a condemnation or a departure from the old pagan religions that preceded it. Because the idea is that you get power through God, not through the this external. You get power through this by worshiping this external God that lives in the sky, and to get power from the earth or the natural world via the snake. That's the deception. And I think it's also kind of a key point when you see that they move from the garden into basically more into a civilization, going from nature to the human world. So if anything, yeah, it's really, there's a lot to say about that that story. And then there's the Gnostic interpretations as well. So I think that, yeah, that makes perfect sense, I think.
Yeah, I think that with there's multiple fold representations of the snake. And if we look at the biblical representations, starting with the representation, of course, of the serpent in the tree, trying to present wisdom of the knowledge, the tree of knowledge, the understanding of good and evil, right and wrong. And then later on, we have Moses presenting his staff and turning it into a serpent in front of the Pharaoh, mystifying him with his amazing magic that he has and his wisdom. So there's that snake as well. And then later on, there's other mention in Matthew. It says that one should be as wise as a serpent, but harmless as a dove, and go out and be that way. So they're saying that in the Bible to be wise as a serpent. And then also they, at the same time, they're demonizing the serpent as evil for presenting that knowledge to people. And so I guess knowing too much is a problem. Maybe that aligns with some regimes of power, maybe, but not with others. But I think it is always important to have knowledge as power and keep some things protected from the collective. But you gotta I'll sometimes wonder, is our authority keeping information from us that would take away their power? Is that the problem with? Is that why they're hiding it from us, or is it because they're trying to do it for our own good, to protect us? Or maybe it's there's some kind of interplay of either one of those situations. But I think we can see that in Egyptian mythology, we have Apep, the evil demon of chaos, that tries to devour Ra as he tries to return back to as the sun to rise again. Apep tries to prevent that every time and tries to devour him. So there's an evil representation of the snake in devouring a person, like an anaconda or such, in that situation. But at the same time, they use the uraeus on their pharaoh headdress of the cobra, which represents their wisdom, and it represents supreme power. So I think that there's a lot of power associated with the serpent, and that power can be in wisdom. That power can be of royalty, of power in many ways. and that power is dangerous oftentimes. So yeah.
You know, one thing that I always see, I'm always pointing out how easy and how reflexive we are to project that evil is elsewhere. But then on the subconscious, like I was saying, you know, we're programmed to look for snakes underneath our nose. And for the fellas, there is a snake under your nose all the time, unless you're doing a cartwheel. And it is fascinating that they vilified the snake for so many centuries, so many millennia, and that the circumcision actually gives uncanny likeness to the penis and the serpent at all times. And so on one hand, a lot of the ladies are like, oh, they blame Eve. And then the guys are like, well, no, we're blaming the snake. But then in a fascinating way, that circles back just like the snake eating its own tail. The logic is just going circular. And so it's like the women feel like they're being blamed, but the men on the subconscious level, they're like, no, you don't get it, babe. They're actually talking about my snake. You know what I mean? And that's powerful. That's just powerful how it's a black and white checkerboard, and everywhere you go, you land on one square or the other. And I want to point out the word, you know, even in our language, the word sneaky, that is synonymous with, you know, the skill sets of the snake. And even somebody mentioned like the serpent tricked Eve. And this is a fun one because I do believe that the feathered serpent and the prophecy of the feathered serpent of Quetzalcoatl coming together was very much fulfilled and is fulfilled every day when we use literacy. And in those days, the quill, the pen, was a feather, and its impression onto the world was a snake, because in that time, cursive was very popular. Cursive writing was very popular. So there's literally a serpent trail that is tracking and tricking all transactions in the realm. So the Quetzalcoatl is to say that the pen is mightier than the sword. And even like a hydra, you can throw that paper away, it just comes back, and somebody else, their dependency on literacy is just forever reinforced. So yeah, I just wanted to kind of throw literacy under the bus a little bit for fulfilling Quetzalcoatl.
Yeah, and can't forget Jormungandr, the dragon or serpent that chews on the tree of life in the Norse mythology. And in the Greek mythology, you might be familiar with this, Gabe, that we have Apophis, the evil demonic snake god, but we also have the rod of Asclepius, which is the snake curling around the rod of wisdom of Asclepius, which is now associated with the medical symbol. Sometimes the rod of Asclepius is seen. Usually, the rod of Asclepius is seen with one snake, but the rod of Thoth had two snakes. So here you go, baby.
Yeah, 50 cents.
I think that relates to Wadjet, because Wadjet was also related to healing, I believe. And so the serpents have always been considered, you see, they basically look like they're about to like tap out. They're like, okay, this poor thing's gonna tap out. They go lay in the corner, they shed their skin, they come back all shiny. Look at me. So they sort of represent the idea of rebirth. And I think they were replaced with the idea of the phoenix. But if you look at what a phoenix is a bird, but it's not just a bird, is it? It's an interesting kind of a bird. It makes me think of Quetzalcoatl, or what's it? Kukulkan. Kukulkan is another version of Quetzalcoatl. And you've got the Aztecs and you've got the Mayans. They're like pretty much right next to each other, maybe some time apart. I don't know whether I believe what they've told me about his story. I think his story forgot to mention her. So I'm very doubtful of all that they've tried to tell me. But there's an interesting little story, which I find really fascinating. Okay, so when we look at Quetzalcoatl, there is an old story of the creation, of how humans came to be. And it's a very cute story. Well, I think it's cute. Quetzalcoatl, after like the universe was like all sorted out, so you had 4 worlds passing, and the 5th world was coming. And with the 5th world was the 5th sun and the 5th moon. And so someone had to, basically agree to sacrifice themselves to become the sun and the moon. And the one that was supposed to be the moon ended up being more courageous and sacrificing themselves and became the sun. The one who was supposed to be the sun sacrificed themselves afterwards and they became the black sun or the moon. So there's a very interesting like correspondence here with the black sun and the moon. It seems like it's mixed up in the story to the way I've heard it. And anyway, after this, Quetzalcoatl's like looking around and thinking, this is pretty cool. And it's like, what about the humans? And it's like, oh yeah, and for the sun and the moon to move, he had to sacrifice all of the gods into the sacred fire pit. And finally, after sacrificing them all, it started moving. And it was like, okay, it's moving now. Now, okay, who do we have? There were no humans. So Quetzalcoatl dives into the underworld. And into the underworld, he goes to the king and queen of the underworld, and he says to them, listen, we need to make some like humans up there, but I want to use these green bones, which I find interesting, green bones. So you had to dive in, get these green bones. And first of all, there was a challenge set to him, but being the trickster god, he won the challenge. Then he was tricked and he was lied to. And when he was about to take the green bones, the army of those in the underworld came about him, and the whole population said, no, you may not take these green bones. So him being the trickster god, he kicked back, went into meditation, said, okay, no, I'm cool. I'm not going to take it. Sat meditating, and his spirit animal came to him and said, oi, dude, you're the trickster god. Get with the program. So he grabbed the green bones and he stole them, and he's running away. And obviously the underworld god found out, and his queen, the king and queen, they found out. They dug a pit just before he leave the underworld, and he fell into the pit, sort of fell asleep, knocked himself out, whatever. And all the bones, the male and female bones, because there was male sets and female sets of bones, they all fell mixed up in the ground. And a particular animal jumped into the pit. I can't remember what the animal was. It started chewing up the bones, and the bones got all mixed up, male and female bones. And in the end, Quetzalcoatl had to scoop up the bones that he could and go up to the top to escape. And he managed. He did a great job. Obviously, those in the underworld were like thumbing at him, as my son would talk about the Minecraft. Like, He's always going on about the way these people talk. But anyway, so he gets to the top, and he's like, now he's got to make humans. He's only got the crumbs of these green bones. So he does this interesting little procedure. He slices his own genitalia open to drain the blood so that he can create humans. And so there's something interesting about draining his snake of blood in order to create these humans. And that then became the power and the sacrifice of Quetzalcoatl in order to create the humans. And so this is why humans used to do blood sacrifice, and not necessarily each other. What was common was like people used to have special tools they would pierce their tongues with. And they would, on sacred times of the moon, they would pierce their tongue and bleed into a little bowl and mix some herbs and make a pretty little poultice, whatever they were doing. But this was a big part of their spiritual practice, using blood. And we obviously here retrospectively, it's got a little bit out of hand. And they sort of started getting active with the blood sacrificing. But it goes back to the sacrifice made by Quetzalcoatl, slicing his own serpent. So I think that there's an idea of Quetzalcoatl, obviously, is a very interesting concept because he represents the coming together of the bird and the serpent together. And so that's very interesting. You know, he's got the best of both worlds. The serpent can go into the cracks in the earth and can hide and go into the grass and go into the secret places. And the bird can fly up high over the top. And so our old serpent myths seem to speak about plumed serpents a lot. Dragons. When we go back, we look at dragons. Okay, the very older dragons, they weren't really winged, were they, Gabriel? I believe most of the Greek dragons were like what we call a wren. A wren, what are they called? They were like coiled big serpents. But at some point from the other side of the world, they had these plumed serpents, which I find really interesting. What do you guys make of that?
Well, I want to bring the psychosexual real quick onto the winged serpent. If you can imagine the missionary position, her legs are the wings and the man is the snake. Just gotta give Freud his props, y'all. You gotta give Freud his props.
I think I can maybe try to tie in a few different points that we made. And I think the snake definitely moves towards an intent, even if it's a confusing pathway. And so we're thinking humans first communicated with just language. So they're sending out their own frequency and spells to implant it into the mind and the spirit and even the astral form. And then we see cursive and calligraphy, which is a fancy, almost a very appealing form of writing at first. And then it moves towards print, which we use now. And then now we've got text. And then we have artificial and digital. So it's moving to the point where the human has been constricted and paralyzed, where they're not even making their own sound to each other. So that's very snake-like, right? It's moving towards the snake pit. And I like to think of astral forms when I'm thinking of different concepts. So like the plant exists because it's moving into an astral form first. And so when I'm thinking of the snake, well, what is the snake existing energetically in the astral form? So it's probably definitely a spiral. I think of more of like a gravity well and a snake pit, where as soon as you start treading down the path or the path of vice, well, you get confused and lost in the labyrinth. The snake also sheds its skin, so you're not really sure is it a real snake or is it just its skin? How dangerous is this interaction? And so it's definitely, I think, confusing following down that path, and it gets harder and harder to climb out of it the deeper you go. And I also think, the snake does send out the different frequency and the different sounds which cause paralysis. My theory on poison is not that poison just exists on an etheric chemical type level, but I think poison actually interacts with shadow and fear on the astral level. And that's what really generates the forces that cause the death spiral. And actually, the person has to submit to their own death and do the death dance with the snake as it's pulling it down. And so to support that, dogs don't really believe in poison at the chemical level that we do. And dogs will get bit by rattlesnakes all the time and they swell up a little and then, they don't die and they're fine. But human beings often, I think that their fear with the poison could lead to cardiac arrest and different things that actually cause their own death.
I tend to agree with that, and that's really poignantly put. Like, I remember being stung by bees and thinking, like, is that it? And just because I was never concerned with it, with venom. But I do think that certain venoms are tuned into certain frequencies. Certain people have, even if you don't know you've been bitten, possibly certain people will react to certain, like, I know I'm pretty snake resilient. I've never been scared of snake venom. I'm more scared of spider venom than I am of snake venom. So there's probably something inside of me, my body chemistry, that can do well with snake venom, probably not as well with spider venom. Because I've never been one to just pick up a spider and just grab it and, but I've always, like, I've done that with snakes. So which is interesting. But I think there's something to what you're saying there. I think it's got a lot to do with maybe our repressions, our emotional fears, repressed emotions that those venoms might bring up. And I do think there's something quite powerful to be considered with the whole idea of snake venom, because in India they smoke cobra venom. Yeah, it's It's a chillum aperitif.
Wow.
I-
That's wild.
That's wild, dude. I don't know. It can be a bit toxic. It can go wrong. Like it can go really wrong. I've never smoked snake venom because I'm a vegetarian. I don't want to take anything from a snake.
Mm.
Like you take its venom, you're taking its life because it needs that venom to hunt. So it's like it's a cruel blow to do to a snake. Yeah.
That was a lovely time, though. It just takes a little time to rebuild it, right?
Yeah, but in nature, like snakes won't waste their venom because they might need their venom to protect themselves, right?
Yeah.
And so they've got like 2 shots in the gun. So you're taking his spare bullet. If anything goes wrong, that's it. Tickets.
So,
You know.
Franklin, I bet you got a beautiful chillum grip. You got the chillum grip, bro? You know the chillum grip?
I gave that up years ago.
Oh man.
Just because it's a challenging hobby.
It is yes, I agree. It is a challenging hobby. It becomes so I lived with a sadhu for a long time. He was a yogi as well. He has a lot of energy, very much like yourself, Franklin. I would love to get together with you and him any day. And he would very much honor the ceremony, like the full experience. And it became casual over time. It took a while for it to become a casual thing, but we prayed every time, different prayer every time. And when I do my chillum grip, I go into a different space, and it sanctifies my aura to do the chillum grip. And but I've never heard of smoking snake venom. I believe it. And my favorite story that initiated me into the chillum ceremony is the story of I believe it there's a dark time in the world when there's flooding of the realm and snakes are attacking the people. And I believe it is Shiva who comes to redeem. And first, he lays his locks down onto the earth, and his locks soak up all the waters. And then he pulls his locks back and wraps them up in preparation for the ritual. And because of that, we have the tributaries and the rivers. But then the evil dark one, who I forget that name of that character in the story, sends serpents down the streams of the rivers to attack the people even more. And so in order to redeem the trauma, he packs a fat chillum. And he loads, he locks, he loads, he says the magic words, give thanks and praise. And he hits that chillum and he blows the smoke over the serpents. And all of the serpents are charmed by this medicine. And in Germany, the word gift means poison. And this goes back to the healing arts and the maxim that the poison is the dose. And much like we're talking about right now and reasoning on that, you know, it can be a gift and it can be a detriment as well. And so the smoke lures the snakes to him, and he begins to dance with the snakes, and they are so charmed that they become his pet. And that is the snake that you see on the neck generally of Shiva, his little pet, who I think the name is Vasuki. Is that correct? Does that ring a bell? Yeah, Vasuki.
Exactly, Vasuki. Yeah, Vasuki. And
Yes.
Vasuki actually changes into a snake so that he can wear, because Vasuki is actually a deity. But these Nagas are shape changers.
Right.
So Vasuki changes into a snake so that he can wear him on his throat. But that's a very interesting story, the story of Vasuki. Vasuki, I think, is the brother of Arjuna's wife. Arjuna's wife is the sister of Vasuki, and they're both from the Nagas.
Man,
So
That's so
Interesting.
powerful. So
Yeah.
Juna is very much correspondent to Hephaestus, who is sometimes has a lineage of serpent-legged mythology. And so to find out that Vasuki and Juno's wife might have been Nagas, that's all so consistent. It's so consistent and so ancient. And I have a I have a graphic somewhere. It would take me a while to dig out, where I was researching Vasuki and its powerful relationship to the word vasectomy. And also the powerful
Removing the serpent.
That's right, buddy. Yes. And also a relationship to another word that is very cunningly underappreciated is the word vivisection, Vasuki and vivisection. And the word vivisection, this is fascinating. A lot of people don't see it this way, and that's okay. I don't let me take you out of your comfort zone too far. But the removal of the placenta is an amputation. The removal of the placenta is a vivisection, a living removal. And it's an anagram for notice, living notice, or surviving notice. And it survived my notice all the way up till I was 40 some years old, when I realized, holy shit, we are all amputees. We are all amputees from the jump. And so that word vivisection, it is kind of a keystone, I guess you could say, dog whistle word in the Nietzschean world. Friedrich Nietzsche, he buzzed on vivisection quite actively, as though he was making sure that the word didn't survive notice. Now think of all the meanings of that. Like, this is a survival notice. Like, we're giving you a birth certificate as a notice that you're alive and you survived the surgery, but it also survives your observation of what it means. So it is a very polysemic reveal, that vivisection and Vasuki.
And it's interesting that the word letters B and V are usually interchangeable in all of the older languages. So viv can be vibe, a vibration, to disconnect you from the vibration of life. So there's like an innuendo in there, a possibility. And I like that you mentioned about the story of Shiva, beautiful story. And obviously you're right about the sacred puja with your, you know, with your the bowl, you know, and how that is a powerful trance, because you'll find that when you're sitting, like I lived on top of a Chota Kailashi, where, and I mean, I lived in lots of places, but there were quite a few snakes that used to come up there because there's not much water. And when we were sitting with our chillums, because there was a Nepali Baba that I lived with up there, and he was from the Juna Akara, and we would probably smoke too much, because like we'd smoke too much, honestly. A gram in a chillum and good charas and 10 grams in a day. Come on, man, that's excessive. It's excessive. Like, it really is going over the top. Like, but yeah, we'd knock out 10 chillums in a day and stay in that zone. But the snakes would come, and they'd be like all over around us. You know, the snakes would come. They get attracted. I think they get attracted to that state of vibration in your consciousness when you're in that sort of zone, because you feel like you're swaying like a snake a little bit. You really feel the whole world, the wind swaying, everything's like, you get up to go and have a pee, and you get up like a snake. You flow to the place where you you know what I mean? You don't walk, you're floating. And that's an interesting thing about the serpents. And what you said about water is really very powerful, because most of the ancient myths do connect the serpents with water. And here's an interesting point. There is one glyph where the serpents are not wrapped around the caduceus, Aquarius. Aquarius is 2 serpents that represents water, the bearer of the water. And now we're looking at the idea of the serpents connected to the kunt, because the kunt means an upward flowing well of water or of rich potential, which life, and water represents life. So the kunt is that. I lived next to a kunt called Luacham Tal, but it was a kunt, which means that it's the water was replenishing from underneath, and there were underground rivers flowing up. It was a very powerful place. It was a Defta lake where the spirits were there, and so everybody was scared of that place. Like none of the locals would go near it, and they're like, I became the victim of folklore because I used to swim in this kunt, and you were never alone. When you swim across this thing, they are there with you, trying to push you under the water. And it was like, wow, this is intense. But I sort of enjoyed it. I thought like, okay, this is good training for the mind to stay focused, like in the presence of other beings trying to mess with me, which is useful because now if I do that kind of work, then I don't have, I don't get too distracted by other beings, what they want. But it's very interesting how the connection with water and serpents in the most ancient of the law are fundamental. And now I'm going to throw something at the screen, something that I really wanted to throw here. So it's very hard to speak about this without mentioning the rather fundamental. I did it wrong, didn't I? Oh yes, he went and did it wrong. Whoops, he did it wrong. Okay, I'll do it better next time. I'll do it better. So the idea of the serpent. Okay, so this is strength, and obviously it's the 8th card. We notice there's the figure of 8. Now the figure of 8 I think needs to be discussed here, because this is a form of the Ouroboros, but it's a form of the Ouroboros that relates to the toric field. And so this is fixed fire. Now this is interesting. When we look at the Celtic stories, they speak about this great sword, right? Which was a magical, powerful sword in the Celtic legends. And it had serpents coming off it. And it was light. So serpents can relate to light and energy. And in ancient Egypt, there were diagrams and drawings of devices, huge devices being held with cables coming out of the bottom, going off somewhere, and a spiral coming out with snakes coming out of the front, which is a light bulb, clearly a light bulb. So the idea of electrical potential and energy is often bound in serpent form as well when we look at technology in ancient circles, which is interesting. But yeah, we've got the card. So this is ruled by Tet, the Kabbalistic symbol, which is essentially the point that relates to this as an archetype. This is the mystical notation of the idea of Tet, and Tet means serpent. And so the Hebrew letter Tet is essentially strength. It's the sign of Leo. This is the sign of Leo. Leo is the head of the serpent of the Ouroboros. Last week we discussed Cancer as the tail of the serpent. Now we're discussing the head of the serpent. The head of the serpent is Leo, represents your vocation, what you're going to do with your life, where you're going to pour out your life's energy, how you're going to pursue your dreams and manifest the things that you need to bring back to the home, which is the tail of the serpent, Cancer. And so this, obviously in the astrological chart, Leo and Cancer represent the serpent together, and Leo is the sun and Cancer is the moon. The moon represents the tail, which also has, like, the moon's number is 2, the sun's number is 1. But the number 7 also has a shadow of the moon related to it. However, it represents the south node. The number 4 is also related to the sun, but essentially it is focused on the north node. So we see this connection between the sun, Leo, and the north node, and the moon, Cancer, and the south node. which is why we speak in terms of the north and south node, the north node being so fundamentally important because it relates to what you're going to do, where your aspirations are going to take you. And we think of our career as defining who and what we are. So here we've got an idea of Tet, the serpent, and what we see the lion being tamed and not being brutalized, not being controlled, not being chained, being tamed. Subtlety. I think this card speaks about subtlety. Well, I thought I'd give you guys a what would you think when you look at this as a notion, this idea of Tet? You guys got anything to throw at the board?
It's not your basic vision that you would expect from strength. So to me, it really reminds me of the Taoist poem that we can find strength in flexibility, kind of the paradoxical aspect of strength that I see in that image. What about you guys?
So this is a perfect weave for the time that we are in right now, Franklin, as we are moving across a very sacred location in the Analima. A lot of people would call that figure 8 the Lemniscate. I call it the Analima. And as of yesterday was the beginning of Vulcanalia. Vulcanalia is a 3-day holiday hailing to the god of the volcano, once again, Juno in Hindu mythology, Hephaestus, Vulcan, Auriga, the charioteer. And the 3-day festival followed up by another, like I think of it as a cleanup festival called Vulturnalia, starts on the 27th, 8/27, and goes another 3 days. And then at the end of that festivity, there's actually no more debauchery, and like you've kind of gotten it out of your system. And then they literally leave the scraps for the vultures to clean up after the party. Also, the crows will come and eat the scraps from the festival. Well, sure enough, right now, the minor deacon that we are under as we're moving out of August, the minor deacon is Corvus. It is one of the predatory, there's a couple others, but it's one of the prime principal predatory birds that cleans up the scraps after the party. And so we are in this week for the next at least 7 days, we're observing a crossing over of the X on the Analima. And in the story of Prometheus, this is where the vulture attacks. The vulture attacks Prometheus over and over, forever and ever, and his liver grows back every night. So the infinity symbol of the Analima is intrinsic to that myth that repeats over and over still to this day. So I just find it very sacred and very profound that you're pointing at the strength card in this transitional space that we're going through. We're literally in a liminal week in the astrology. And I want to tell people that I just learned that at the end of that week, on September 1st, when we cross the gates into September, is the meteor shower of Auriga. And it begins for another 3 days. We are in another observance of the god of the volcano for essentially that's 9 days. That's a 9-day stretch. So we are in the thick of it right now. And that I want to mention that the Analima above the head of the Vestal Virgin on the standard, the earlier strength card you showed, I just want to do a little breakdown on STRENG spells string. And then T is 2, H is 8. String 28 is encoding actually the lunar calendar, the 28-day cycles of the moon. And so we're looking at a sun symbol and a solar month of the strength card, but in the subtle nuance of that word is hiding the 28 as well. So there's a sun on the public and there's a moon on the private. And so a 28-day string, it makes me want to find out how lunar Analima would present. doing a solar analema is simple. Well, takes a long time. You got to have a post that does not move. And for an entire year at 12 o'clock, ideally, you would put an indicator on the ground. You could do a mark, you could put a stone, and you do it for 365 days, and it will draw an analema of stones on the ground. I would love to do the same experiment with the moon and see what shapes come out. And I believe that if I did that, it would not be a snake, or it would not be a figure 8 in one place. I think it would be a sine wave that kind of doubles back on itself, but moves across the ground. I think it would progress linearly in a certain direction if I were to do the analema process, but with the moon instead. So yeah, there's some of the nuggets that I love to share.
Interesting thing too, you mentioned the whole sine wave. Even the word sine is kind of snake-like, because I was also thinking about how the snake is sort of symbolic of energy waves itself, because when you look at a spectrograph of, like, you know, color or a sound wave, it's very serpent sort of shaped. And I was also thinking too, when I was thinking weirdly, I kind of made a parallel to the discovery of quantum physics, because if you think about in Newtonian physics, the older physics, everything was thought to be these billiard ball atoms. And then later quantum physics kind of came along and realized, like, no, these particles, you know, they act more like waves. And I think in this weird sense, like, the discovery of quantum physics was almost like another, like, Garden of Eden-esque departure from, like, one worldview to the next. So maybe in some sense the serpent also represents, like, a worldview or paradigm shift or change in that way, and that you're sort of revealing the true sort of nature of the world.
Yeah, man. Are you did you stop talking, or did you phase out?
I stopped talking.
Okay, brother. No, just in case, because you just suddenly stopped. I thought maybe it sounded like you maybe had more to say.
I ran out of things to say.
It makes me think of quantum kotal. Quantum kotal. Definitely a paradigm shift with Quetzalcoatl, returning of an old consciousness.
The other aspect of Quetzalcoatl, I was thinking, because you mentioned that sort of like a bird, it's like a snake that has bird-like qualities. You also have to think from an evolutionary standpoint, reptiles evolved into birds. So in a way, it's like it's kind of a symbol of evolving into a higher form.
Well, that's actually very interesting, because I was mentioning earlier, okay, you mentioned the vulture, and I was talking earlier about Wajit, the snake goddess from ancient Egypt. Now, if memory serves, Wajit represented the lower Nile delta. And there was a time when the lower Nile delta and the upper delta combined. Now, Wajit's sister was Nekbet, and Nekbet was the vulture goddess. So it ties in to the analema of what you were just saying now about the vulture connecting to the serpent. And so the vulture and the serpent then started to become amalgamated in ancient Egypt or ancient land of Kem. So this could be where the symbol of the bird and the serpent were connecting in that neck of the woods. I mean, I'm sure that that would have been a global, you know what they say, if a monkey learns to crack a coconut with a rock, all monkeys will be able to crack coconuts with rocks, you know. So what happens on one side, we've discovered this with Earth, like with physics. If a physicist is going to make a breakthrough in China, they're going to make that breakthrough in Europe and America. It's very interesting, and they do it within a very close time span of each other. So if you're a physicist and you're making a breakthrough, you got to speak up fast, because if you don't, someone else will have made the same breakthrough in a very similar period of time. And the first one to claim the success gets the credit, you know, which is rather interesting. But that whole idea of Nekbet and Wajit is also the eye of Horus. So Urea is what Wajit is. Urea is the asp on the head that protects the pharaohs. And the Urea was on the head of Re. Re put the Wajit goddess on his head and wore her as Urea to protect him and his offspring. And then it became known as, the asp to protect the pharaohs. But this connection between the vulture and the serpent is rather an interesting one. And vultures were seen as sacred in the old times. In fact, I believe that there were times when people used to feed their deceased to the vultures as an honor, to honor nature. Like waste not, want not. That to have the vulture pick your bones clean was the most sacred way to go. Interesting
Totally,
concept.
man. I bet it's illegal in 1,000 different ways, but that's I have two. I'm kind of torn between how I want to be taken on to the next side, embalm me and
put me on a
up in
spike.
in the trees. Yeah, put me up in the trees and let the birds take me away. Or if my kiddo, if she can get good enough with a bow and arrow, I would love to be pushed out on a raft with some incendiary devices loaded on the raft with me and let my kid take the burning arrow shot. But she's got to get it on the first shot, Daddy. You'll be pissed if she misses. She's got to hit that boat on the first shot. So maybe she just doesn't let me float too far away before she hits it.
Well, these days you're in luck because they make telescopic sights for rifles, and she could have a telescopic sight to hit a something that's a what do you call it? Detonator. It really sends you out with a bang,
Totally.
Light up the sky.
So Franklin, we're at a perfect time because you mentioned the Wajet, and I believe that the headdress sometimes would have the cobra on one side and a vulture on the other side on some of those sacred headdresses. Would you mind taking people through the tour of Telegram images that I sent to you? If you can screen share those images, this will be a fun little walkthrough for folks. And just
I will try. But
okay.
last time I tried to do this, my Telegram froze. I'm not sure why.
Okay.
I think it's because I'm using did you send it to me in private chat or in
Yep, in our private telly. And some of this, it weaves kind of what we're on now with the topic. It covers some of what we've covered already. And then I want to bring up the Nagasaki and the very powerful word, that trigger that reaches back to the generations before us to kind of give people that recoiling response.
Which images are we talking about? How many are there now?
I
We're talking
think
about the
Post them in
solar
the round
alignment.
table, then I can present them.
Okay.
Yeah, because I'm trying to save them in my hard drive. You see, you can't actually present from Telegram to this. You can present from Google, but you should be able to find the Google version of this thing. So let's see. Forward. No. So I'm going to try and save it, but last time I saved it, what was that? I believe. Did you have a solution?
Aaron, would you be able to pull them up from my Slick This a Dance Party Telegram group? I just posted them there also.
Yeah, I'll do that. Just give me a minute.
Excellent. Yes,
Great.
last night a buddy in the Telegram group, big ups to Chris Miner. He's been weaving on a culture known as the Tori, and he brought some fascinating connections that link back to, because I'm talking about mushroom clouds and the mushroom cults and the mushroom sects in the medicine keepers, even the poisoners. You know, again, the poison is the dose. It's that two-sided aspect. And he made a fascinating connection between Nagasaki and the Torii gates that are still a sacred site and a sacred symbol, an emblem in Japan.
Yeah, that's right. He was coming up with some interesting. There was a really fascinating conversation going on. I ended up getting pulled into it. So I can't seem to. Oh, they make it really save selected. Okay. Saved to my downloads. Oh, thank you for making it so tricky. Save as. There we go.
Right on. And we can go in any order. I can wrap on all of these and just kind of take people on a quick tour. It's just so fascinating how the snake topic is just infinite. It is truly infinite. Like, one thing I love to point out is the snake is the power symbol, even in the power chords that give power to the tools that we use. You know, and some people end up with the whole spaghetti pasta Gordian's knot around their computer that takes wisdom and patience to untangle. You know, it's just so fascinating how the metaphor just has layers and layers. Even with again with the Freudian stuff, but like shedding of skin. A lot of the females out there, the divine feminine, give thanks and praise. They harmonize to that. They sympathize to the shedding of skin because of the menstruation cycle, and that's a very sacred thing. That's a very sacred thing. But something that does not get mentioned. Yes, thank you very much. This is great. One thing that doesn't get mentioned is that an uncircumcised penis requires a shedding of skin for the temptation to really initiate. So this is one of my favorite graphics. I really love the serpent mounds I believe this is in Ohio. I'm embarrassed if I'm wrong. Ohio is a Japanese word for good morning. Ohayo gozaimasu is good morning to you. And this sacred mound is an observance of the progression of the sun as it orients every morning to that center location at the tip of the arrow there. And a lot of people don't know this, but in the egg that the snake is wrapping its mouth around, there once was an obelisk in that location. And from what I've learned, they actually removed the obelisk quite a long time ago and broke it apart and dumped it into the river there. And so, in a strange way, the obelisk has been hidden inside of or occulted within the running waters. And it has a very powerful Osiris ritual to that truth, that there is a castrated phallus thrown into the water and lost for the ages. And then I also like to point out that, let me think, Serpent Mound is, let me do this real quick. Serpent Mound is a Twilight language for 0 point mundo. Mund is world, much like a mound is a heap of earth. And also mundo is the Latin word for the world. And of course, the world begins in the mind with the Hermetic principles, number one. But zer is much like 0 point world. And so the 0 point of the world is right there, that spring equinox line right in the middle. So yeah, Serpent Mound has a lot of Twilight value. And this young lady with her Scythian foot archery, I can never get enough of how when I heard that Scythians were amazing horseback archers, and then I start looking into it, and it's not only are they badass on horseback, they can shoot archery with their feet. And I'm like, yeah, some of these myths are still alive and well. So I just wanted to share that graphic.
That's very interesting what you say about the 0 point of Mundi, because this relates to the world tree, to the axis Mundi. Because from a shamanic perspective, the 0 point of the Mundi is what you travel up and down to travel into the other 3 worlds. So you travel up along the axis of the world tree, and the world tree is a metaphor for the axis Mundi. And that world tree, according to what is it called in the Norse tradition, there's a serpent that chews. It chews at the roots of the world. Is it Jörmungandr? Is that
Yes.
right?
Yarlinga.
That serpent is chewing at the roots of the world tree, of that 0 point Mundi, the point where the world is at its center. And at the center, this is what we're talking about, no? We're talking about the center of the world, the 0 point where you're not moving that way or that way. You're completely on that axis, which is quite interesting. And it brings up the story of Rupus Nigra.
Yeah,
And
buddy.
Rupus Nigra has got 2 dragons protecting it, does it not? According to the mythos.
Totally. Even the word Yggdrasil is an anagram for lizard egg. And that is a linguistical encode of the Draco constellation that is hoarding its treasure as it circles the North Pole. And at one time, I'm sorry, the pole star, as it circles around the pole star, it's like a dragon hoarding its egg, the treasure of the pole star. But once upon a time, they say that the Polaris was not the pole star. In fact, the actual head of the serpent was the pole star. Thuban was once upon a time the unmoved mover at the extreme north. Big up to Mario Garza.
I also wanted to point out that if you switch the first 2 letters of the words of Serpent Mound, and then instead of Merpent, you switch the P and the M, it can make permanent sound. It sounds like a permanent sound.
Nice, yes. And
Yeah.
like the
It reminds
ripple,
me of like the sound of the sun, but no, go on.
yeah. And if you do a still shutter image of the pole star and let all the stars drag their racetrack trails round and round, and the pole star is the bullseye at the center, it looks like an emanation of a sonic wave. And I want to make the possibility, I might be wrong. It might have been that the obelisk was at the tail of this serpent. I don't know. It's so funny. It's like 50-50, right? The obelisk might have been at that coily tail. If people look into this, try to let me know what you find out, because the obelisk is kind of an obscured aspect of this site.
And there were other images that you wanted to show. I'm sorry I couldn't help you, but Aaron was on it. Thank you, Aaron. There we. Oh, that's a nice one.
Big up, y'all. Big up. Yes. All right. Here we go. Here we go. So this is, I want to just kind of give a mention to Hephaestus, the charioteer, the craftsman, the crafty one. He has dominion over graphs and graphics, and it is fascinating to no end how much knowledge there is in having command over the circle and allowing the circle to be expressed in a 3D image. I also want to gift everybody with the knowledge that the word firearms is an anagram for Seraphim. And in fact, we do not have a Second Amendment right to bear firearms. They've put a trademark. It's a copyright term that is captured conceptually, has captured your arms. And so you should never acquiesce to the multi-generational presumption that your guns are not firearms. And if you foresee any presumption coming your way, it is very protective to have an affidavit of truth that states that your Second Amendment right is excluding any presumption of firearms, because that is a copyright term that they try to lay onto you and slip under your radar. So this is Artemis and Apollo. They are the two archer twins, and they had to defeat a serpent whose name was something very much like Apophis, right, Indy? Or even APEP. And that signifies to me, because they are master archers, they have to have profound accuracy in order to defeat that serpent. Well, sure enough, the north node glyph and the south node glyph are the symbols on the hood of a cobra. And that is telling me that you don't just take out one aspect of the serpent, you need to take out the other aspect of the serpent as well. And that is to say, have mastery or wisdom, or have your intention in a sanctified place in your own way. And I also like to point out how the north node is an anagram for Odin throne. South node is an anagram for Odin house. I think that's right. Yes, Odin house. And in our own
That makes a lot of sense
right
for the
buddy.
astrology.
Yes. And also in our body, physiologically, our lymphatic system has something of two different systems. One is working up above and another one is working down below. And so when we sublimate our vitriol, when you come home from work and you're still carrying some of that baggage from work, and you do whatever your banishing ritual is, for me, for those few years, it was the Chillum ceremony. And I was drawing in all the vitriol from the day, drawing the snakes into the ceremony and banishing them and putting them to my purpose, making them functional in my life. And so, yeah, there is something of a cleansing that we all do. Some of us, it's just taking a damn shower. That'll do it. So, yeah, I just wanted to share these powerful correspondences on the macro and the micro. Yeah, here we go, y'all. There. Can you bring that back up? That's a fun one. The Nagas. Uh-oh. I don't know if I'm muted or if you're muted.
Shaman's muted.
Okay, thank you. So, this is fascinating, y'all. Nagamadi is Twilight language for made by the snake. And the word Nagas is encoding the holy trinity of alchemy on the periodic table. Na is 11. Hg is mercury. I'm sorry. Na is salt, number 11. Hg is mercury, number 80. And S is sulfur, number 16. Now, I'm not casting shade at Carl Jung. I'm not going to call him the Black Pope, but I will call him the Gray Pope. And you guys can take it either direction from there. But I will make the claim that Carl Jung is the Gray Pope. And he is forwarding the provenance of the noble lie. And the noble lie is that you instill unto the people that they basically have different alchemical values in their soul. It's kind of a proliferation of the caste system, if you want to get really heavy-handed about it. But I think it's also a lighter derivative of the caste system onto the individual, that we can become a slave, we can become the proletariat, and we can become the sovereign. So the noble lie is not necessarily evil to the utmost, and I think it's beautiful that Carl Jung gave us the entire keys to our own kingdom, to our own noble lie in our own life for the individual. So that's why I'm not going to call him the Black Pope. I'll just keep him in the gray space. But Nagamati is very much encoding the provenance of the noble lie that is based on salt, sulfur, and mercury. And it's all there with the Nagas. Oh, and I guess I should point out there at the very bottom, you can see the 3 symbols for salt, mercury, and sulfur. Those 3 symbols in that order every time look very much like a G, like a O, and then the symbol for sulfur is a delta. It's a triangle, which in Greek, that is the D. So the God is encoded in the sequence of sodium, mercury, and sulfur. So these are just ancient and very empowering things to know. You know, a lot of people are like, oh, the devil is always elsewhere. And you're like, the God is always elsewhere too. You know, they're kind of 2 sides of a coin for each person to handle. So, and yeah, that's that part about the Ethica, that's Spinoza's writing. He was cast out into Harim. And I think that the Spinozan wisdom is flourishing off the radar. So I just, that's a decode from another show I did.
Spinoza was all about the monad, right?
Yes. And geometry, that was kind of his glossary of terms were geometric. And, you know, let none enter who are ignorant of geometry. And we're all very lucky to have, you know, to honor geometry at large. There's so much truth, bedrock truth in geometry. Plato's Republic says that the foundation for building appreciation on what is beautiful is ideally a marriage between gymnastics and music. But when he says gymnastics, he is also including geometry. A good gymnast is a master geometer, because they don't just do XY axis, they also have the Z axis that draws the geometry into 3 dimensions.
What's that, Bang?
So yeah, the XYZ axis is what a great gymnast has command over. So yeah, I just wanted to pass that one forward. And then I think there's another graphic in there with some maybe some samurais or something. Oh no, it's got either one. Anyone. Did you get the one with there's one with the map and one with samurais, and I'll just kind of shut up for a minute when we finish that. Unless you guys want to
have no idea. I have no idea how Aaron's making these graphics appear, because my system, maybe it's because I'm using Linux. It won't allow it. I do love Linux because I feel private.
I totally closed out of it.
Strings attached if you're not a junkie.
A finger ninja.
I'm not a finger ninja, not with this thing. But that is very interesting. And I really think that the idea of writing, so we've got this notion that the serpent can hold the words of truth that can be a lie. And now we're looking at writing. And the earliest Kim deity is connected to papyrus, and how the serpent sheds its skin. Oh, there's something from Aaron. I think there's something to be looked at with regards to writing, truth, and lies, and how the truth can be written down to become a lie.
Yeah, man. You know, I want to say, I do. My Carl Jung is a gray pope, but I think Alan Dulles has pushed it too far and has taken the techne of Carl Jung and dressed him up to be perceived nefariously. And that's why I know that a lot of people, when they get into the archetypes and they realize how much this stuff is manufactured from centuries ago, they're going to look at the grandfather of archetypes and they're not going to look at Alan Dulles. So I keep him in the gray space, and I think Alan Dulles tries to push the techne into that darker implication.
There's something quite interesting between Carl Jung and the relationship he had with Freud, his teacher, or who was his teacher, and how
Mhm.
Freud was connected to Edward Bernays.
Yes.
Jung was never connected to those fellas.
Yes.
Freud was helping cigarette companies turn us all into nicotine addicts.
Great point.
Jung had a slightly different, and it's, you can almost see, you see a similar thing happening between Aleister Crowley and Israel Regardie,
Wow. Wow.
which is
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah.
Israel Regardie never wanted to be in the big circle with all the big players and the celebs. Aleister Crowley was into the celebs, and Sigmund, and these two had this kind of rivalry that became like a thing that actually made them almost animosity. And I think the same thing happened with Sigmund Freud and Carl Gustav Jung, which is really interesting. It's like they would attract their polar opposite, wouldn't they? Like a
Yes.
wife.
Right. And yeah, great point. That's a great point. And I think it's edifying for all of us to find out what that line in the sand was where they broke apart and went their separate ways. I think that edifies us all to make our own assessment of what resonates, which side of the debate resonates with us. So this graphic kind of brings forward the Wajet headdress and the fact that so often we are projecting these myths as far away as possible, all the way to Egypt. And there's something of a we're making it safe and comfortable. If it was right in our backyard, it might be a little uncomfortable and a little too close to home, as they say. But in the profile of the Mississippi, this was like a big kind of a joke on TikTok a few years back, that there is a profile of a man. Some people call him the Chef Boyardee, but I've taken it a little bit further and a little more serious, because there's actually the profile of a sphinx. If you include the wings of, I think that's Idaho. Idaho actually puts a set of wings on the profile that is the Mississippi River. And it blew me away when I started looking at the map of Japan. And the map of Japan has also kind of a serpent profile that I put onto the map very similarly. And sure enough, guys, the two places where they put off the nuclear bombs that I don't necessarily agree with, uh, the I think the nuclear bombs are a half truth at best. But the map of Japan, when you put it onto America, that is the place, that's the same part of the map where they were doing the nuclear testing in the southwest. And I just find that fascinating that when you put the map of where they say they did the Nagasaki and the Hiroshima, it maps onto where they were testing here on this map. And I want to kind of twilight untangle Nagasaki. The serpents are here. And Hiroshima is the word hero is it is, your God, your Savior, your Messiah. And then shamar is to call. So the Nagas are here, and the hero is calling. Those are kind of twilight decodes to those two cities. And big up to our buddy Chris Miner for bringing forward the correspondence to the nuclear story, the nuclear myth that harmonizes to those Torii gates. That is the last graphic. But I want to say one more thing about Nagasaki and Hiroshima. If you keep track of the calendar on a circle, you do a circular calendar, and you put a pin down in, I think it was either December or January, when they attacked Pearl Harbor. Pearl Harbor was down in basically Capricorn at near the New Year. and then you have to go 3 times around the circle. I think it was 3 years later when they nuked Nagasaki and Hiroshima. I think it was 3 years later, but you'll end up in August 4th. And so there is something of the Pearl Harbor is actually when you inseminate the egg in the woman. And then it goes around the zodiac, and the orientation to the birth cycle is up there and around August 4th. And I'm pretty sure there's a correspondence to a birth cycle somewhere in the numerology between the pearl being harbored and the birthing of fear that the Hiroshima Nagasaki event was.
That's
Hey,
really
Gabe,
powerful.
just to make
Please
a comment
continue.
on it. So there's just so many syncs with the language and the geography, and then you're talking about the location of Japan versus the location in the Southwest. So for me, it seems like it presents either two options. So we've got the option that somebody orchestrated all of this from back into the shapes of the states being formed and all of these layouts and the timing of all of these events, or the other option would be, are we dealing with the serpent type energy that's almost communicating to us or acting through other people's subconscious that are almost like the crop circles? It's something that's manifesting in the reality that is calling us to awaken our own consciousness, that there's larger forces and things that are moving at other people and things we're interacting with, that if you have the eyes to see it and the imagination to entertain the idea, then it kind of transforms your entire worldview and perception of reality and the human experience.
Big up, Aaron. That's what's up, man. That's what's up. Something in my astrological endeavors is I have great mastery of the Western astronomy, and astronomy. I'm not an astrologer. I can't tell you your birth chart very well. That's not my jam. But I know those stars like the back of my hand. Well, it turns out every time I look at Eastern astronomy, I'm looking at the front of my hand. And I'm realizing that they are echoing both systems. And in fact, there's an occultation to me only looking at Western astronomy. And as soon as I look at Eastern astronomy, I realize that was right there in front of my nose all along as well. And so I think there is something of a left brain and a right brain, or only knowing half of the story when we have a bias to the West. And every time I turn over to the East, I am edified on a much deeper level that is something of another layer to subconscious programming.
I also wanted to mention of the reptilian brain. The amygdala is in the cerebrum, but in the cerebellum, where the signals are transferred down into the spinal cord, is the reticular formation, which is the lower part of the reptilian brain, and that's where self-limiting beliefs will limit the ability to imagine higher possibilities for oneself. So be able to transcend those limiting beliefs, will be able to change in the reticular formation the filter there that's blocking us.
Yeah, bro. I always say, don't let them shake your spear. Don't let them shake your spear. You keep that spear nice and solid, bro. That's what's up. Big up.
And
Absolutely. I think there's a lot of innuendo that's been sort of insinuated, and you mentioned the Seraphim earlier, yeah, and I can't find this comment where I'm at. Like, I don't know what's happened to the comment. It's normally it lights up and it's a different color, but it's gone all honky wonky. But Seraphim, I believe, are fiery winged serpents. So, and in Sanskrit, in India, the Sherpa is a snake. So you can see the linguistic connection, Seraphim, Sherpa. And so it's very interesting that it could have been in the Garden of Eden that it was one of the Seraphim. There's supposed to be 6 of them, these divine winged creatures that fly about the throne of God, as the story goes. It could have been one of those that was connected to the Edenic story, because where is this serpent in this Garden of Eden? Well, like, where did it come from? And why can it talk? And why is it so clever? Why does it know so much? Like what is this? And if it is a seraphim, these are considered like divine creatures. They are of the most divine creatures in the heavens. So there's something quite interesting being told to us there. And welcome, dear brother. We've got Stein Fuchs in the house. Honored to have you. What a lovely crowd we've got here tonight. Stein's got his own channel. He's a busy beaver man. He's been interviewing. He's out there interviewing with a vengeance. He's interviewed like, I think, half of the world. So he's got half left to do.
Yeah, just about. I mean, I always want to have one of a kind guests on, and so far I have been succeeding in that. So
he's got a church now, and he's registered it with his Greyhorn tribe. They've registered it, so he's moving forwards towards getting NGO status and all of these things, which is an interesting step forwards towards maybe being able to use it functionally in the world to do things, which can be quite interesting. And he's also a pagan and a magician in his own right, and he's a stand-up guy. You've come in a little bit late, but you've come in at a good time. And,
I know. I had a recording for my own show, Rare and Pagans podcast, and we went a little long, like 2 hours, 15 minutes long.
You're just die hard, hey? You're like from one to the next. It's like,
oh yeah, just
24-hour full power, no toilet, no shower. No problem.
Well, toilet breaks. It is wise to take a potty break every now and then. Otherwise, my seat would get very smelly very quick. And I mean, I do live alone, but that's no reason to have a personal hygiene. But yeah, one show right into the next. I mean, that's how I've done it for so long now. 2 shows back to back, or show and then round table, or I'd be on the round table, do my own show in between, then come back to the round table. I've had those days as well. I mean, I love doing this. Love talking about all these interesting topics with interesting people.
Yeah, man. We Striker mentioned something earlier, and I think I sort of fell back. I went ahead and I've come back. Wasn't strength and justice swapped position? That was an Aleister Crowley idea, and it was his alone. And so it was sort of like Aleister Crowley against the rest of the worlds in terms of the Kabbalah, and his own idea of how to set up the Major Arcana. He didn't get it from any other source other than himself. So it's questionable. I don't see the sense of swapping strength with justice personally. I see there's a connection between justice and strength, because justice is Libra, and as I'm sure Slick will say, Libra is in a very special fulcrum position, which is why it is ruled by Lamet. And Lamet means fulcrum, means it's an ox goading stick. So Libra is the fulcrum that moves the wheel around the sun. Is it the furthest constellation from the sun? Is that correct?
I don't know about that. I think maybe Cancer is. At least Cancer is the most faded. It draws you out. You have to work to see it.
Right.
But I love that you said it's the fulcrum point. That's a great point.
Yeah, that's how I always see Libra, as this fulcrum point, and it's balancing the scales, like the wheel. So it's got that like important point, and I can see why there's this relationship between Leo and Libra in this way, because like you say, Leo and Cancer are like touching each other, the roof and the floor. Leo is when it's starting to go into decline. Cancer is when it's reaching its peak, isn't it? So as the head of the serpent, which you can think of as the asp that is breathing the life force into the world, then you've got this fulcrum, which, if you think of what a fulcrum represents, it's a limb. And the one creature that doesn't have limbs, doesn't have fulcrums, is a snake.
That's right. That's right. All of his potency is in his mouth. Everything the snake does is in his mouth, and I guess his ability to constrict. But yeah, just a brief pass over the Crowleyan switch there, and there's so much more to say than this. But I have heard, thank you, Ronan, big ups. I have heard that that Crowley was actually hailing to old European decks while we had gotten used to the Rider Waite, that he was doing kind of a European fandangle when he switched them. And what I think we could just briefly brush on is that in America, we do analytic philosophy, and we have acclimated our thinking to analytic philosophy. But when you kind of like I was saying, how I learned Western astrology like the back of my hand, and then I turn over and I'm like, oh my gosh, Eastern astrology was here all along. Very similar to that. You have a worldview that is analytic philosophy oriented, and then you start to embrace continental philosophy, which is over on the other side of the world. And you realize that those two philosophies don't see eye to eye. And in fact, if you go to an analytic psychologist, they're going to be in a certain paradigm that you were out gallivanting in continental thought forms. And there will be a difficulty to relate your experience if you've delved too deeply into continental. If you go to an analytic philosopher or somebody who has that Western, I guess, American, we'll just call it American worldview. Those two worldviews are kind of like a left brain, right brain, front of the hand, left of the hand. So I see that embedded in what Crowley did with the switch there.
I'd like to.
I totally see them having like opposite relation. Though in my sense, it's like, how can I put it like this? If you're standing in the posture of Japanese karate, then you should strike with a Japanese punch. Because a kung fu punch isn't going to have much value if you're standing in a karate. If you're in a kung fu stance, don't try and strike with a karate punch. The system is the way the system is because it works like a system. I don't think you can take just one thing out of one system and put it into another system and say, there we go. To me, it seems like almost it adds layers of complexity. You're right, though, where there's a completely different layout of in the European systems. I think there are about 4 different layouts, actually, as far as I've found. Like, I haven't looked at that in a long time. But it's very interesting the way, if you look at that particular notion of justice, what does justice represent? And what does strength represent? I think that in the order of ascent, one would have to become just in order to gain strength. Gaining strength doesn't make you necessarily just, or does it? I don't know. That's an interesting question from a developmental. Sorry.
I feel like there's definitely a strong relation between justice and strength that we see. We could do a little thought experiment, if you will, and consider that I feel when there is justice, strength is not necessary. It's kind of it's an option. When there's injustice, you have to be strong because you'll be trampled if not. It's more of a survival of the fittest environment. And so I feel like if there's a bar brawl breaks out between some folks with money and some folks that are dirt poor, I feel like the folks that are dirt poor are going to come out on top a lot of times. Although this is not always the case, you're going to have exceptions with folks that are like turned into meatheads and weight builders that have money or something sometimes, occasionally. But I would think that you're not going to be beat up that much when you're rich. I mean, there is a stronger level of toxicity amongst peers when people are in a community of high affluence amongst children. But I feel that the younger kids that are in an urban community are going to be tough as nails, and there's a lot of injustice there that they have to cope with. That could be just a correlation, not a causation. You know, the fact is that it's tough in a lot of ways. Regardless of whether there was justice there, they're going to go through a lot of torment trying to come up in scarcity with their peers.
For sure. Yes. You know, Aristotle's 11th and final virtue was righteous indignation. And they have totally worked that down to a captured industry. And today, if you look it up, they're going to try to tell you that it's justice. And they won't even put justice as the final virtue. They'll try to scramble it into somewhere else in the list. The final virtue is righteous indignation. And that even that word is shit coded, because as soon as you bring it up, a lot of people will be like, they'll try to put the word self in front of the word righteous indignation to try to water it down even more. There's no such thing as other righteous indignation. There's only indignation to the self. And so I've kind of done a neologism on the word righteous indignation because so many people recoil. I like to call it unrequited dignity. And that flips the whole script. And that is to say that I stand in dignity if I'm experiencing righteous indignation, much like you said, Indy, with the kids in the inner cities. If I'm experiencing righteous indignation, then I'm going to stand in dignity, but it's a dignity that is not deserved by them. And so it's putting the onus on the other, and you get to maintain dignity. And that's an attitude flip that the neologism, I think, offers up. And that's something to think about many times over. Yeah, because it'll come up again. You better believe not everybody can afford justice. That's a captured industry. It's all about arbitrage.
What does unrequited mean?
Not returned, or even that you think that they owe it to you. It's the presumption that there's a debt. And so I like to flip the presumption onto the other. If you are in righteous indignation, it sounds like you're indignant that you've lost dignity. But I think there's a stoic stance to stay in the dignity of the phrase and put them in a position of unrequited. And that is that they think everything's okay, and that they think that there's some debt here, but you're standing in dignity, and that dignity is a dignity that they do not deserve. They don't deserve your stoic stance.
I was going to comment on the thing that Bush Whisperer said was about the serpent and the seraphim. And so the serpent is definitely a shapeshifter. So I do think that the serpent could actually be a seraphim in disguise. When I think of like the original Eden story, you know, it puts the people in a position where they're very much being shamed for the choices and the decisions that they made. Almost like if you lean in towards the serpent energy and stay in the, you know, go into the shadow type energy, well, you're less than something. Where in reality, if you integrate the shadow and integrate the serpent knowledge, you actually become far more. And so it's almost like you know, what happens when you take the serpent or the knowledge, the golden apple that the seraphim is gifting you, well, you get cast out of your perceived reality, and through integration of the shadow and taking that venom, then you move on to a larger and higher reality where you're actually, I think, kind of coexisting with a new form of creation. And to use an example, like we think of the snake oil type salesman, and they're really trying to lead you to a intention, which is they want to make a sale. And so they use NLP and different things to control the subconscious and try to get you out of making the conscious decision through a form of paralysis. Well, if I go and have a job where I become a salesman, well, I'm arming myself with the tools necessary so that when I come across a salesman in the future, I know all of the tricks that he's going to play. And therefore, I'm in the driver's seat and I can make a conscious decision without being paralyzed. And it almost becomes like a battle of wits. It's the snake charmer type dance. And it makes me think of the Princess Bride, you know, the battle of wits, where you're feeding someone a poison that you already have an immunity towards. And then the other part, we were talking about the Aztecs, and then also with the graphs that Gabe was showing, that we're dealing potentially with some larger forces of reality, or that we're kind of co-creating reality. And so I'm going to pronounce these different terms wrong, but the Aztecs had the Teotl, which was like their single energy, and it was in sync with all of reality. It was dynamic and self-generating. And so they had 3 different aspects of change that they felt like this reality, this energy went through in order to generate motion. And so the first was Olin, which is like a bouncing, a directional form of energy from a center point. It was very cyclical. And the second was Malinali, which is a twisting, it's a spiral, it's a drilling, and it's also like the creation of rope. You know, you have all of these single threads, but when you twist them, you generate something that's much stronger. And that's very in sync with the serpent energy. And the third one was Nepantla, Nepantla. And so that's a merging, it's a joining, it's a blending to create something new. And so I really see all of this, you know, looking back, we could say, oh, the Aztecs had all these crazy, you know, rituals and things that they did. But in reality, they had a worldview and a perception of reality they were co-creating with. And so all of these are magical forms based on their conception of reality and how it manifests change through 3 different forms. And so I think if, you know, we were disconnected from our present reality, if we took what the Seraphim is offering and transported our consciousness to have a view from the outside, we would look at our present society and reality as being very similar, where we have these different ideas and concepts, and we're creating these rituals that we don't even really realize now what we're doing, but we're interacting with our own conception of reality. We're just not disconnected from our own garden of Eden, our own garden of creation, to establish some of those connections.
I like that. I would definitely want to look at that. There's a lot to unpack there, and I do reckon there's this interesting. I think that we've been specifically misled, you know, with those stories, because no, am I back?
Yes.
You're back.
I'm back. Yeah. I thought I've got 2 internet connections, and it's a pain in the butt. The really good one keeps falling off. But yeah, I think that we've been tricked, because like you started off with the idea of if indeed it is a seraphim in that garden, then they've turned the story upside down, because the seraphim serve the throne. So if the seraphim are trying to trick us, guess who they're working for when they're doing that? So there's something quite interesting. And then it gives us an idea of Lucifer. So the seraphim are six winged creatures. And are they rotating around the sun?
You know, I got something on this. If you can make me big. Well, we were touching on this, Skyden Fox, just before you got on. We were talking about the throne and the seraphim circling the throne, saying the holy, holy, holy. And I just want to share. They are winged creatures, 6 of them, and they're making the whole E. Holy, holy. And so when you get, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and when you put them all around a throne, you have, these are 2-dimensional, these are the 2 8s, but you would have a 3rd dimensional on that Z axis, making this a complete toroidal field in the 3 dimension. And this again
Flower of
is,
life. Nice.
you got it, buddy. And this again
And
is
that's
why
6 planets around the sun.
yes.
Nice.
And this is why the gymnast is the master geometer, because they are not doing things on paper. They're not doing theology. They're doing theurgy. They're actually doing work in the 3 dimension.
Get it, buddy.
That's a beautiful thing to put in there, you know. Bom Shiva. Bom Bolenat Sabkasat Har Har Mahadeva. Definitely something to throw in. And Steinforks hasn't had much to say, but I want to hear about the Norse Serpentius.
Yeah, no, of course. Yeah, sorry, I had myself muted, and then I had a kitty in front of my screen, so I couldn't see where to click. The Norse and snakes. Yeah, I mean, where do you want to begin? The most famous one, of course, is Jormungandr.
Loki's pet.
Loki's kids. Yeah, one of Loki's kids. The monster of the sea, Jormungandr, the world snake, who encompasses the entire world, better known as the symbol of the Ouroboros. The snake that has to bite his own tail is indeed a child of Loki, the trickster god. So, speaking of tricksters, he is the snake that Thor will battle during Ragnarok, and he will, unfortunately, Thor will succumb to the snake venom. It'll be a mutually assured destruction. He will kill Jormungandr first, but then, unfortunately, through the snake venom, take 9 steps, specifically 9 steps, and then, fall in every sense of the word. Other than snakes, snake-like beings, we have the dragon at the roots of Yggdrasil, gnawing on the roots of Yggdrasil, the guardian of Niflheim, if I'm not mistaken, the place that is most congruent with what a Christian
You don't want to go.
is. No, and it's the place where oath breakers go to, where murderers go to, because those are, at least in the Germanic culture, those are the 2 most heinous things that you can do, like especially for a man to kill another man and to break your oath, break your words, because for a man that is supposed to be his most sacred thing, his most powerful thing is supposed to be his word, his oath. If you give someone your word, if you swear an oath to someone, nothing goes above that unless specifically ordered or coming down from the gods themselves, and even then they would prefer it if you don't do it. Other snake-like beings, I'm not sure. I mean, of course, we have in the Irish legends who was it again? Who drove supposedly the snakes out of Ireland?
St. Patrick?
Saint Patrick. That's him. That's him indeed.
My second name.
Of course it is. And the snakes. I mean, there are no snakes native to Ireland.
I think they were referring to the witches.
The witches or pagans, as it's being said as well. So
Yeah, they
the
were.
natives, if you will, the native believers, the natives of the land. So, but that's still something that is up for debate. It's still, even up for debate if that event truly happened or if that's just another
The stories.
the Christians wrote down to to exert dominance over the native Europeans. Like one of us is powerful enough to drive out all of you.
The
Makes
story
for a great
that he was devoured by the serpent, and then he was able to free himself from the serpent by slaying the serpent from within. Which some people have interpreted that he was actually seduced by a maiden of witchcraft and was able to impose the patriarchy by usurping their whole practice and from within, pushing them in towards Catholicism.
I mean, Catholicism is basically pagan with a Christian layer over top of it. I've been talking a lot of that on the podcast.
I like to say that Catholicism is paganism without the foreskin.
I like that. I like that. That's a good one. I like that.
Trying to change it from a matriarchal, nature-based,
Like, speaking of like
patriarchal, synthetic-based.
Without the foreskin. Speaking of wounding the snake.
That's an interesting point when we're going back to the Mayan story. Could there be some connection between the foreskin getting lost and the idea of Quetzalcoatl doing the deed? That's painful to say.
Yeah, man. Can you imagine an orgasm times 10? And can you imagine having self-command if the orgasm was always times 10 every time? It would take a whole lot of stoicism to even move into imagining that, let alone living it.
I think if you sneeze at the right time.
Oh, geez. There is some force behind that. Wow. Yeah.
Right. And one thing that really reinforces that is that the Scythians brought pants forward. And also even the word pants has the implicit, the 5. Their music was pentatonic. It had a lot to do with the 5. But as well, I do believe that circumcision was a kind of a cultural encroachment into the Greeks. And the Greeks, they walked around in robes. So their thing was not, it was not welcome to have pants on your member. And so in a strange way, even the dress code culturally is kind of signifying the change, that the Greeks were wearing robes, much like, uncircumcised schlong. And then as the cultural incorporation, then we move into the Romans, and something fascinating. You can actually see this in art still today. The Romans were all of a sudden wearing tight cuffs, belts, collars, different bindings around the waist, and even like arm bracelets and jewelry. And so in a strange way, the Romans can be identified against the Greeks in art, but there's also something of the fact that they're kind of clinching off. They're like pinching off their energy points. And that is also part of the uniform commercial code of having a snipped dong.
Well, in Germanic paganism, and I imagine it in with the Celts being very similar, you had the arm rings. Of course, if when you're coming of age, you'd get your own arm ring, symbolizing that you are now a man, and that you, by wearing that you swear allegiance to your family, to your tribe, if you will, and that you will do everything to defend them. So,
Right.
and the Romans copied so much, and they were also indeed known to not wear pants, because that's something that the barbarians, the non-Romans, did. They're the ones wearing pants. Us Romans, like, we're way more sophisticated because we copy everything from the Greeks. But that is until they, came here in Northern Europe, and they were like, okay, this shit is getting really freaking cold. Maybe pants are not such a bad idea, actually, because it does keep everything, nice and warm. Free balling in Mediterranean, like, that's all right. It's nice and warm and toasty there, and I can imagine, like, all men know how it is to have sweaty bits, if you will. Very uncomfortable. So if you have that, just free flowing, it's a lot better. Until it gets cold and everything just, shrivels up. Then it's nice to have pants that cover that as well. So it was more out of with the Romans at least, it was more out of a necessity, so that their snake didn't turn into a worm.
Yeah, there's something very interesting when we talk about this, because they're like you say in the beginning, Greek was the language, and the Greek tradition was the tradition. And then somewhere along the line, it was decided that Greek would be spoken by a small select of people, like the people in power, in political high positions, and the rest of the people were starting to induct into a form of Latin. And the moment the Latin language started to evolve was where pants started to become. I almost think it was a joke. Like the Greeks were like, yeah, sure, you're part of us. Like, go wear your pants, speak that language. It sounds like Greek, plays like Greek, writes like Greek, but no, it's not Greek. You look at you guys wearing pants. You guys are ridiculous. But anyway, we'll rule you. You can pay us taxes. And we're all Romans. Yeah. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Yeah,
actually,
sure.
we're still Greek, but you're Romans. Oh, you mean Romans is a slave owned by the Greeks? Oh, we don't have to go there. I think that whole Latin language coming into being was where the Romans, it's sort of like the serpent tongue, the forked tongue. Greek and Latin is a forked tongue language where Latin doesn't hold the same meanings as Greek, even the same words, but it'll be written the same.
Yeah,
so you could have two people speaking these two languages. They think they're talking the same language, but they're not.
Yes.
And even later on, when Latin turned into what we now know as the Romance languages, here in Europe, especially Northern Europe, French was the language spoken by the upper echelons of society, which is, of course, a language derived from Latin. So you could say that it was still a form of Latin, a minor Latin that the upper echelons spoke. There's even I heard the other day that the term, or what you would say is, if you're saying something naughty, pardon my French. It's something that the Brits said to make fun of the French for some reason. Like, there's always been this. It's always the French, by the way. It's the French and the Brits, the French and the Germans, always at odds with each other. Maybe because they're, I don't know, something for another time, perhaps, or later on.
So true.
because you'd be, because French was seen as this, hoity-toity language, because all the elites spoke it. Of course, when you were saying something very naughty, it's like, oh no, I was just speaking French. So pardon my French.
Right.
It wasn't something naughty I said. It was in French.
Yes. The French are amazing at double entendre.
Oh yeah.
So even the word like lingua franca is like the international tongue. But we even call the sexiest of kisses a French kiss.
Yeah.
Right. And even the French kiss, that has application above and below.
No, that's an Australian kiss.
Nice.
That's a French kiss, but down under.
Nice. Franklin, about the serpent tongue and the Latin, I've heard, I forget who it was that said this. I feel like it was one of the 12 acolytes. I think it's biblical, but I'm not sure. Who would say that they were whispering together like a den of vipers. Not the Jesus part of the den of vipers. This is like a later reiteration. But that was encoding that they were speaking in the Latin tongue, because the Latin tongue has a great amount of words that end with an S. Vesuvius, lascivious, Caesar of, there was an excessive amount of S's in the Latin language. And even like one of my favorite words, I think it's one word that has the most S's is dispossessiveness has the most S's in one word. But there's something about the S that I believe it is the single aspect of the alphabet that conveys ownership. The apostrophe S at the end of the word, or even when you're doing a plural of a word, like this is one pen, but then it becomes, when there's multiple pens, plural, it belongs to the group. So even when you're doing a plural S, you're giving it ownership to a larger collective. And so I do believe that the power of the S has a great deal to do with ownership or possessions. And something on my adventures, I've come to realize the power of the S in the Enneagram, actually, in the prime stations of the Enneagram. Number 19 is the 8th prime, the 8th station on the Enneagram, much like Ahriman, is the controller with the shadow of domineering or lust. And a very fast, brief decoding of what that means to me is Babylon mentality. Babylon mentality is when your belongings, the things that you think you own, the things in your life, guess what? They're actually running you. And that is Babylon mentality, when you can't pack up everything in your life in one day and turn on a dime and administer your will in 24 hours. If it's going to take you a week to pack up, that's because Babylon's got you. And so that is a fascinating nugget all around the S. And then I'll just tease this idea too. The Greek language had future tense verbs. I am still chewing on that there were future tense verbs in the Greek language, and we don't have future tense verbs. We only have 3 little qualifiers, and maybe there's more I haven't thought of yet. Will, shall, and shout, or wilt. You got to put that T on the end of shall and will. And those bottleneck your future projection of intentionality. And it is a longer weave than I thought it would be. But that means that the preeminent force multiplier of the Greek language was action-oriented. And somehow the English language is totally anchored to the noun. And that is an echo of your things owning you. Very profound to move into those thoughts.
That's extremely interesting, because now we're living in this weird world of woke, where What is that? That's a past verb. Doing in the past tense,
Yeah.
like I am being woke. In other words, back
I
in the
have
past I woke up, but now I'm being woke, which means I'm not awakened now, which means I'm asleep now, but I'm thinking I'm in the past somehow, which is almost a derangement to live in the past. So the Greeks were very much obviously focused on manifestation in their language, which is quite interesting. It is interesting to consider though, like when you look at Hindi from Sanskrit origin, kal, you say kal pari or kel baat hoga. So kal baat means the future and kal pari means the past, but kal means tomorrow or yesterday. Same word, which is quite interesting because that seems to be rooted in the present too. I think maybe it's the Indo-Europeanization. Maybe it's that Sanskrit element that tethered it to the present, because the Vedic language is very much now. It's like you say, "Main dukan chalte," me shop going. Like they don't mince their words. They don't add in words they don't need. It's very direct, very simple, very efficient. Instead of I am going to the shop, it's me shop going. And when you come back from India and you've forgotten how to speak English, people look at you, go like, me shop going, you this, you this having, and people look at you like, yeah, what? But it's interesting how we've become accustomed to this future and this past. I think it's the curse that we're living with, the future and the past. What would you say? The serpent eating its own tail could be considered to have a lingam, or the lingam being buried, the future being buried in the past, and moving between the future and the past is like lovemaking, exiting and entering and exiting and entering. And there's this continual movement, which I think seems to me to be what keeps us from the present moment. And especially when we look at the idea of the serpent, right? So serpent representing knowledge, right? Serpent writing. The moment you're writing things down, it becomes complicated because there's this time delay between the thought, the idea, the word, and the writing of it.
Yeah.
It's like I watch people on Telegram and I see this like name pop up and it's like, okay, they're typing. And they spend a long time typing. I'm like, why didn't you just say it? It'd be a lot faster. Like people be typing away for like 5 minutes to make a long, or minutes, like a long thing, which could have been just like 30 seconds of words. I think the moment you start writing words down, you put yourself into a different time zone. And that's quite an interesting concept, because the serpent also represents the ability to transform, shape change. And so from a shamanic perspective, that means like to leave the physical world and to enter into another domain. The Kundalini arousal represents awakening other states of consciousness and other states of body and other realities. And so we sort of find ourselves trapped between the future and the past to such an extent in this modern day that we don't spend enough time like children and animals just enjoying now.
I feel that only like really came on when script and writing was being used. Like so many great thinkers of the past were so against writing things down. First of all, because it kind of causes a degradation in man's mind. If you write something down, there's no need to remember it. So, by writing something down, you could say that you're becoming less smart, even, because, like now everyone has a hard time remembering things. Like, oh, there was this something, I wrote it down somewhere. Like that becomes the go-to thing. It's like, oh, I need to remember this. Let me write it down. So you're not remembering anything. Like you're remembering that you have to write it down so that you can read it and bring up that memory again. And with something else that I thought of, like when you were going into the S and the T, like even if you just look at the form of the S, it is already that snake. The T, you could say, is just a very harsh S, like an S, but like stopped in the middle of it. And then this brings this this image up in my mind of the cross with the snake wrapped around it, which is the S and the T, because I know that in Greek, actually, I believe the T has the shape of the cross, or just in general, as just a like one beam, cross beam. It's either a cross or letter T, or even the capital T. That's like a more accurate representation of what the cross, used back in those days looked like. So even the symbolism of the letters alone and how you pronounce them has such a profound meaning already, and so incredibly interconnected. And with snakes, like it's weird. I have my cat laying here in front of me. Big Red, gotta love him. But they say that cats, or I've heard that somewhere, and it doesn't surprise me if that's actually true, that the hissing cat, or the hissing noise that cats make, is them trying to mimic the scariest thing that they know, which is a snake. Because you could say that a cat's hiss sounds a lot like a snake's hiss, and even with when they do it, the cat's tongue going, like vibrating very, very fast. Maybe, like for example, like a rattlesnake's tail would just like rattle very, very fast, and the tongue, forked tongue, or just tongue, like really like moving really fast. There's so much. Yeah.
Yes. And even snakes.
The cat's reflexes are faster than a snake's.
Right.
Yeah.
And much like a irritated snake with the rattler, that's usually your signal that your cat is irritated. Starts twitching its tail around.
Yeah.
It means you're going to get a shot. Because cats don't mess around. They're very violent creatures. They're lovely and they're full of love, but they just don't wait. They smack first and ask questions later.
Yeah.
In regards to writing, I was thinking about something else too. Like, I don't know if you guys ever kind of like noticed this similar phenomenon before. It's something that's very subtle. Like, have you ever like had some kind of like philosopher, teacher, or author that you really liked, and you've both listened to their lectures and you've read their books? And it's almost like I was thinking that it's almost like the written version of a person is almost like a slightly different person than the one who speaks out loud. It's almost like when you write your words onto a sheet of paper, it's almost like there's a different voice speaking that you would normally not like. It's interesting. Like when you talk out loud, you stutter, you spend time trying to figure out what words to say, you trip up on things. But when you write stuff down, you're presenting this perfectly, synchronized set of words that just seems to come out flawlessly. I don't know. I just thought that would be an interesting thing to add into the soup here.
Well,
that is really interesting. One thing about writing that's unique, that's different than speaking, is that when we write, we usually write from one side or the other, oftentimes the right-hand side in most societies. But if you write with your other hand, it kind of allows you to access thoughts from the other side of your brain that you're not usually normally used to writing with. And I think that's the same side of the brain that you're used to speaking with, is the dominant side. I would say in our societies, in Westernized society at least, is associated with the analytical side. And so I feel like the intuitive side doesn't really have a voice a lot of times, but you can do free handwriting with your left hand to bring that out, which is interesting.
Yeah, it's even there are cases of people with identity disorder, for example, that they can write with both their left and their right, but that the left, like it's actually a very different handwriting and seems to have like quite literally a mind of its own. Like it can write at the same time, but write two different stories in two different handwritings, two very stylized variations, which is just that's like it's a true disconnect, but at the same time, it's kind of like a superpower as well. Like you're two beings, but able to function in one singular body. I don't
Yeah.
know, and it's something
Da,
about
Da Vinci,
handwriting.
yeah, Da Vinci had that. They say he would write with both hands, and one hand would be writing in Latin and the other hand in Greek.
Yeah,
And then I believe Benjamin Franklin figured that out as well. And those guys are both known for using all kinds of ciphers, right? All kinds of
yeah.
advanced ciphers. But there's a term also that comes, well, it's revealed through Da Vinci. And I love that word. It's the mirror clue. It's the mirror clue. And that's where you take images and you double them up or flip them or invert them. That's mirror clue technology. It's in a lot of ciphers. It's in the Liberty Bell on the $100 bill that has Benjamin Franklin on it, who had that techne. And if you take the Liberty Bell and invert the image of it, it's actually, I think you're inverting the negative space around the bell. But when you invert it, it brings forward the image of Hathor. And you can tell it's undeniable because of her ears. She has iconic ears. Oh, look at that marble gem.
She's a sweetheart.
What's her name?
Loki.
Yes.
Of course, Loki.
So appropriate.
She's got the low key. Low key.
Oh, my heart. Oh, there's my dog. Yeah. I wanted to mention, you mentioned about, when you read somebody, they come off as one person and then you see them as a speaker and they're somebody else. This happened to me in a really intense way very recently. When I was young, I read Verbal Judo by the Dr. George the Rhino Thompson. And when I read him, he was just Dr. George Thompson. But I was refreshing on the Verbal Judo book, which I totally recommend the book. But I went online and I started watching his in-person seminars that were raw in his early days, where he was literally training the cops how to use verbal judo to trick the populace into say whatever you want, but you're going to do what I say. And that maxim is serving me forever, ever since Chance and I did a couple videos on Dr. George the Rhino Thompson, a couple videos. I did one with one-on-one as well. And sure enough, as soon as I put him on blast on Juan's channel, they took down all the videos from his younger days. They're just wiped. And some people actually got to follow in my footsteps and check it before they wiped it out, because those early videos are a totally different person from what you'll see when he goes and starts doing seminars for corporate heads and corporate boardrooms. It's a totally different person because he's dealing with corporate heads. But in his early days, he was training the cops. And what I discovered is, and I won't go too long, but Dr. George the Rhino Thompson, he had studied Ars Notoria at I think Yale University. And Ars Notoria is rapid learning of magic. And he was using his mastery of Ars Notoria to dehumanize the cops, to totally brainwash and program them to switch on a dime. He had a NPL trigger phrase that he he said he wanted it on all the locker rooms and all the cops, whatever, their dressing rooms in the stations, and he wanted it on their cars, on their dashboard as well. And that phrase was "Showtime, baby, showtime." And he wants the cops, when they get out of their car to go perform, he wants them to have this phrase to turn off their humanity and to become a machine. And what is absolutely profound, I totally recommend, if anybody wants to, on the Interverse channel, we dragged this out and we laid it to bear, also on One-on-One's channel. But George the Rhino Thompson was baked into Bebop and Rocksteady of the Ninja Turtles. And Rocksteady is the Rhino. He is the living embodiment of George the Rhino Thompson. And so when I knew him as an author, he was a hero of mine. I was like, this is great. Verbal judo, everybody gets some. That's wonderful. But then I go watch him speak and I'm like, this guy's the devil incarnate. And he's dehumanizing the cops to ruin lives by the thousands. And luckily, old boy died. Ironically enough, he died from throat cancer, which was the tool he was using to dehumanize people and use his MPL mastery of rapid learning magics. So it's very fascinating that his dark implementation of his own voice is what killed him. But this tarot card, let me see if I can light it up a little better. This tarot card is a rhinoceros, and it is the Rocksteady of the Ninja Turtles. It's also got the Ninja Turtles baked into it. If you can see, Rocksteady had a janky wooden sword over his shoulder, and he had hand grenades dangling off of his waist. And so you can actually take this card and put it next to the cartoon character. But we also have half shells here, right? Heroes in the half shells. And then remember Shredder had those spiky things on his shoulders, the Nemesis Shredder. This thing has those spiky metallic things on its shoulder. This card unpacks into the Ninja Turtles in a million ways. And I just want to point out, this is the ADJUSTMNT. Adjustment card, has Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles acronym at the end of it. And so this entire card has been decoded in that single cartoon that we consumed as children. And George the Rhino Thompson had a metaphor that he used on his students. He would tell them, if you want to control your enemy, he used these words, then you will need to use the black magic of controlling their name. For example, if your child has a teddy bear that the child has given a name to the teddy bear, and you throw that teddy bear out the window on the family trip, then you just threw out a member of the family. Yeah. That was his example of how the black magic of the name works. But what is really darkly ironic is that the toy companies, they basically imbued a teddy bear, with the essence of George the Rhino Thompson, and they put it in the laps of the children, and they gave it a name for the children to attach to. So the depth of dark, I call it military grade irony. Military grade irony is something that it takes a certain personality to appreciate it, but also to dismantle it and share it with other people so that they can be very cautious on their path. So yeah, he was a hero of mine that when I saw him speaking in person, I was like, fuck this guy to the max. So yeah, I just wanted to kind of decode the Ninja Turtles and Bebop and Rocksteady, and we know about Black Rock. So yeah, that's an old powerful weave that I love to share again.
That's amazing.
I like that military grade irony. I really like that, because irony is all about the military. Mars, war.
Ironclad irony.
I think since we're looking at the Major Arcana, we can consider so the Major Arcana sort of is an extension of the 22 archetypes of the Kabbalah. And there's two parts. You've got the lightning bolt and you've got the serpent. So the lightning bolt are the 10 principalities as they extend in the 4 trees. So there's 40 of them. But the serpent path is what connects the 4 trees to each other. And it is the path of ascent. And it represents all 22 archetypes. So the number 22 is sacred to the serpent. The number 22 is also like profoundly important, sacred in the most heavenly of ways. Obviously, because it's, if you take 3 things can combine in 7 ways. Then if you take 7 things and you want to make a wheel out of it, you've got to have the polarities and you want it to bring to the number of the zodiac. You've got to have 5 planets that rule over 2 signs each. And 1 planet, which is the head of the tail, Leo, the sun, and 1 planet, the moon, that rules over the tail of the Ouroboros, which is Cancer. And so Cancer and Leo fit together, bringing the 7 into the 12. So the microcosm is touching the macrocosm. When you compound that, you've got the 3 broken into a wheel of 7, broken into a wheel of 12. You can see that quite well in the rose cross. Let me find a rose cross for you. I should have done this before. And you can see how it fits together. And most of you probably have seen it. Let's say Kabbalah.
I always
Otherwise,
love
we
to
can get all sorts of images here.
I always love to point out that there's a word secret in the word Rosikras. Rosikras.
Absolutely. There's definitely something going on there. There's definitely. So yeah, I found a nice colorful one that we can sort of really quite easily so we share screen. So I'll try and be quicker. Is that one? That one? That one? That one? No, it's that one. No, it's that one. Okay. So there you can see the rose cross quite closely. And you can quite easily, hopefully you can see it well. And you can get a sense of just exactly what's happening there when you look at it. So here you've got the 3. And there you've got the wheel of 7. And here you've got the wheel of 22. I mean, the wheel of 12. So you can see that these are 3 wheels turning within each other. And I think there's a calibration to the rate of turning based on 7, 12, and 3. And there's something quite interesting being expressed here, because 3 and 12, 3 has to be factored 4 times. So it's got to be 4 cycles of 3 to fit into 12. But when you're going from 12 to 7, 7 to 12, you've got a very interesting kind of a ratio coming out here, because it almost relates to the 2-to-1 ratio, plus there's just that 1/7 extra. So we're playing on the notion of 7/7 in a sense. Sacred dates. Guess what they did in London? 7/7. But
I feel like there could be lunar and Saturnian numbers there. 12 being lunar and 7 being Saturnian. 12 should probably be a 13 for a true lunar number, but I think there's 12 gates between the 13 moons.
well, that's interesting, because the 12 on the outside becomes the 13 when you take the wheel on the inside. And the 7 on the inside becomes the 8 when you take the wheel inside of that. And the 3 on the inside becomes the 4 when you consider it in context of the point within the center, the origin. So there's like this mystical suggestion of how the octave shifts and how they are sort of upheld. Why 3 is the mystic number of 4, because 4 represents the 4 elements, but 3 is the mystic union of the 4 elements, and that 8 represents manifestation, but 7 is the mystic number of how that manifestation comes to be. Saturn rules that manifestation, as Saturn is that power of the cube. And the cube, now, interesting point. We mentioned the Kabbalah. Now, the cube, 22, there are 7 directions in the cube. And there are 12 points of interaction between those squares. So if you build a cube, there's a meditation where you build a cube. I've actually put it somewhere. It's on my Patreon, where you meditate on building a cube, and you build the 4 squares in 6 directions, and then you make the connections between each of the cube, and then there happen to be 12 more connections. So it's not by accident that a cube has got 6 directions plus the 7th direction, which is moving towards the inner planes, but essentially 6. And that the 6 and the 7 have this relationship, and the 12 represents the 12 connections that are holding the 6 directions together. And if you look at the cube, you then have 3 lines running through you. You have a line running from front to back, you have a line running from left to right, and you have a line running from the top to the bottom. So there's 3 dimensions of space. So within a cube, you've got the number 22 reflected. So just a little piece of, thought I'd share that with you guys.
3.
It's quite interesting.
I wanted to say
Yes.
also 3 plus 4 is 7, but 3 times 4 is 12. So there's that interplay between 3 and 4 creating 7 or 12, whether it's addition or multiplication.
Great point. Yes. And Franklin, can you bring that up one more time? I wanted to point out the name of God. Remember what we elucidated on the sulfur, mercury, and salt, sulfur, and mercury. The bottom one is spelling it out the way we say God. It's got the G, then the O, then the D. And then if you go to the top left, they've scrambled the G-O-D, and now it's spelling G-D-O. Then you go to the top, it's spelling D-O-G. And then you go to the right, it's spelling D-G-O. And so they've essentially scrambled all the possible articulations of the combination of the 3-letter word that everybody deifies and presumes is all the same no matter where you go, which might be true. That might be true, but I just want to point out that it is a strange thing to try to encapsulate the ultimate of the divine in simply 3 symbols. That's kind of a fun trick that I just like to point out.
That's well pointed out. They've done the same thing with the alchemical symbols. Now, sulfur. Right. Why is sulfur important? Heads up to those of you, if you want to dose up on your sulfur, kala namak. I basically only eat kala namak, although I shouldn't. I should eat pink. In fact, I'm going to buy myself some pink Himalayan salt as well. But the kala namak, which is the black salt, is a very acquired taste because of the sulfur. But you're dosing up on sulfur. Now, sulfur protects your mitochondria, protects your DNA.
Purifying.
And it helps strengthen your tendons and your ligaments and your bones.
The town I live in used to be called Sulphur Springs, and people would come here from all around to get the healing powers of the springs in the caves. Sulphur
exactly.
Springs.
You can absorb it through your skin. But I eat it in my black kala namak, Himalayan salt. And it also helps with the irony because it's got soluble iron in it. So there's a piece of interesting perspective. But they've done the same thing you can see there with the alchemical symbols, was what they've done with the tetragrammaton around. And very interesting.
I think
they're trying to show us how the 4 aspects of you see, the tetragrammaton, there's a particular practice of pronouncing this name, and it's about shifting the vowels around. And when you pronounce that name, even though it's 4 letters, it gets pronounced as 5 vowels. So there, once again, we've got that mystic shift between the number 4 and 5. 5 actualizes 4. And so Yahweh is essentially I-A-O-U-E. It's 5 vowels. But it's 4 consonants that form 5 vowels, and you drop the consonants when you pronounce it. So it's quite interesting to see how this is put together. And this symbol represents the cube, by the way. That's why there's a cross, equal armed cross, plus an extra one. If you imagine each one of these squares and you put them together, you've got a cube. So you can fold these up together and you've got a cube that fits in. And the bottom one folds around. So there you can see, and look at how they've positioned this cube. I find this rather interesting. So the east is yellow, element of air. The south is red, fire. The west is blue. And the north is the element of earth. And so you can see here something interesting going on here. If you look at the way that this has been presented here, because if you were to fold these, you wouldn't be able, you'd have to fold them towards you, if that makes sense. And you'd have it inside out.
Right. You know,
So it gives you an idea of what they're trying to suggest about the cube of space and time.
right.
Upside down, back to front, inside out. Because according to the Kabbalistic law and the practice, the south would be the red pentagram. So you can see here how they've juxtaposed, and the south and the west are obviously standing next to each other, element of fire and water, and earth would stand there, and then you've got above and below. So you would be looking from below to the top, and you would see the wheel on the ground. So you can see how the wheel inverts if you're standing in the cube. I hope that makes sense.
Totally. You know, on the cube, I'd like to share that the Hebrews have the cube on their head. We know these things, the tefillin, and the Muslims, they have the Mecca. They have the cube in Mecca. But the Christians, you know, they often overlook the fact that they are worshiping a book. And the word book in reverse is the word cube. And so the whole trinity of all the Abrahamics are really digging the cube. And something about the cube, it really resonates with that Babylon mentality that you can't pack up and go in the 24 hours. You're kind of stuck in your place. Well, a cube is it rolls the worst of all the shapes. It has the least amount of roll potential geometrically. And so, yeah, I just wanted to kind of point out that, you know, the whole trilogy or trinity of the triad, they all have a root in that cube. And I'd imagine there's probably, you know, Eastern mysticism is probably obviously, you know, probably the fourth branch. I can't think of any books or cubes other than the unification of the Abrahamics. You know, it's like you need that fourth to complete the entire system, to make the cube come into wholeness.
Yeah, it's an interesting point you bring there, Slick, because I'm thinking about, because you mentioned the whole idea that a cube is the least easy object to move. And that makes sense with certain faiths being these sort of, you know, solid, unshakable, unchangeable, eternal belief systems. That's kind of like, if you think of instead of something like a sphere, which can just roll around and move freely. I've been really kind of more interested in the Fae have been really making me think more about spheres instead of cubes.
You know, now that I think about it, a pyramid is probably the worst one to try to roll. Yeah, now that I think about it, but the pyramid would have, you know, 3 faces on top, and people forget there's that bottom surface face for the fourth component. So yeah, I guess we could say that the cube is the second hardest thing to roll, and the pyramid is probably the hardest one to roll.
You know what they say about the second best, first loser.
And if you look at what a cube represents, it's quite interesting, because how many pyramids does it take to make a cube? Do you put 4 of them together? Is that right? Does it actually make up a cube, or is there negative space? Because what is the degrees? 30. Is it 30? No, it's not 30. It's 30 something.
Maybe
It would be 6. It'd be 4 on the outside and then 2 on the inside, reflecting each other.
yeah, man.
So like there's an interesting concept as well. Like if you're going to look at one element at a time, if you want to focus on one element, then the pyramid is the way, which is why when you look at certain forms of occult practice, they work with truncated pyramids. And they create these number squares of truncated pyramids. This is the John Dee system, yeah. Which I find it seems a little bit top heavy. Like if you look at the way that the way that they invoke and practice their invocation, it seems like it's a top heavy system because it involves a lot of intellectual focus, and it's not so emotionally charged. Where in a Vedic school of thought, it's all emotional.
I think a lot of that can be attributed to John Dee himself. The thing about the whole Enochian system was that John Dee, he was like a scientist, he was a mathematician, so he was a very analytical thinking, to the extent of which that he actually was not capable of speaking with the Enochian angels himself. He had to hire a scryer named Edward Kelly to basically do all the spiritual with weightlifting for him, essentially. So, but yeah, you're definitely right about the fact that Enochian is a much more it's more intellectual and a lot less feeling based. But I always find it interesting, though.
You know, I'd love to weave on that a little bit. It's almost like John Dee was the left brain, and he needed Edward Kelly to come and be the right brain so he could see the wholeness to complete a mystic worldview. And also a fun fact: the Enochian system is said to be based on cross segments of a cone, a conic shape. And I'll just point out that what is the word Enoch in reverse? Cone. John Dee and Edward Kelly, big time mystic cornerstone. If you study also Schopenhauer and Goethe, you will find out that their biography is also a fascinating echo, almost like a Germanic or a continental derivative of Edward Kelly and John Dee. And then also study Faust, because Faust is a biography of Schopenhauer and Goethe's relationship, sensationalized and moved into theaters to proliferate around the world. But right now, we have a modern day Edward Kelly and a John Dee on the world stage, y'all. We have Chumpster. Chumpster is hear no evil. Chumpster is hear no evil. Joe Biden is see no evil. And RFK is speak no evil. So Chumpster's ear castrated event where he got his ear clipped is very correspondent to Edward Kelly, who Aleister Crowley believed he was the reincarnation of. Or you could say that he was trying to embody his bloodline connection to Edward Kelly. So that is currently Chumpster. And who does Chumpster go and nominate right afterwards? He goes and gets a guy whose name is basically John D. J.D. Vance.
I thought you were going to mention that Edward Kelly had his ears lopped off because of I think he like lied, or he did some kind of criminal act or something like that. He was apparently like kind of a shady character.
He was a counterfeiter, and he didn't learn his lesson the first time. He was double snipped because he didn't learn his lesson and he kept going back at it. And I'm going to pull up just a quick, this is a corporate name on the world stage that I just took notes on. They have they got their hand in.
But hold a moment.
Yes.
There's something about that history that's sticking in my throat.
Also, I
We're
want to
talking about
point
Edward Kelly.
that oh, go ahead, Franklin.
Are we talking about Edward Kelly or John D?
Both.
With the ear snip?
Yes.
I think I might have to whip him with a hickory or something.
Because
I don't know. Last time I beat him up, it didn't do anything good.
the whole story of Edward Kelly, I wonder whether that's something that they've concocted. I think there might have been a more occult reason for taking his ears off.
Yes, some would say this is a long weave. I'll try to be quick.
Your consciousness.
Right. Some believe that St. Petersburg in Russia was much like the pearly gates to heaven. And if you wanted to cross over into the Tartarian unfederated lands, you had to actually go through a bottleneck location. And if you had any markations on your body that indicated that you were a sinner, that you couldn't cross over to Tartaria. And so St. Petersburg is served like the gates of St. Peter, and that Tartaria was like heaven beyond. And this is, I don't know if I believe this, I'm just passing the myths forward. In the name that I wanted to put into modern day correspondence to Chumpster went through Edward Kelly ritual, and then he goes and gets a John D by his side. The corporation is called Cantor Fitzgerald, is essentially a corporation. They've got their hands in all the crypto scene, but it has the word counterfeits herald, the herald of counterfeiting. And to a large degree, that's what a lot of the crypto scene is going to be about. Their counterfeiting value at large.
I wanted to point out that Enoch was able to bring Enochian to the people because Enoch was ascended to become Metatron, much like Elijah ascended to become Sandalphon. And so that's how John D and Edward Kelly were able to use that language to achieve such power because it was given to Enoch from the angels. And so it was used by them to access the angels. Through their work with the angels, they were told to have to give human sacrifices in exchange for technology, being silicon used for data storage. And at the time, in what was it, the late 1600s, I believe, they did not know how long it was going to take or how that was going to come about. But now we have developed computers in today's day and age as a result of John Kelly and John D and Edward Kelly's trade with the angels.
Right. I believe that like an organic access to the Metatron today would be to be utterly polyglottal, to know all the language, all the languages, all their values and their home root, and to honor that organically. I think we can still do that. That's something to aspire to.
Yeah, we can integrate languages and cultures and the collective instead of staying divided and dividing further. We can turn that all around.
That's what's up, brother. That's what's up. Yeah. So I think that is a very noble thing to aspire to organically. But I would also relate that Metatron, the organic Metatron, to the synthetic, because today computer code has become a universal language that does not honor the root. And so there's kind of a dark false Metatron in the computer realm where the organic Metatron, we can still work to that. I believe that every language is a soul. Every language is a soul of a people. And so, when I get more affluence in Portuguese, then I actually have tapped myself and I've altered myself into the roots of Brazil and into the roots of Portugal, and to know the different accents in the different regions is all Metatron technology. So yeah, I love that we still can aspire to that greatness of soul that would be something of a Metatron, but then also that the cyberspace is counterfeiting a Metatron of their own.
Metaverse.
Yeah, interesting that you mentioned Sandolfin, because Sandolfin and Metatron are interchangeable in many instances. Almost wondering as if they are playing the same role, even though the one relates to the physical, Sandolfin, but so does Metatron. In fact, in some traditions, they superimpose Metatron over Sandolfin.
They're said to be twins.
Anthony was at home.
Sorry?
I knew they'd been
They're said to be
there
twin
because all my
brothers.
shit was gone. You know what cousin Bart?
Yeah, exactly. So it makes me think about Hermes.
Mm.
Right. So, okay, let's take a moment. We look at Hermes, we look at Gemini. Gemini is the twins of Hermes. Gemini Hermes is both male and female on a symbolic nature, is the one that can touch into the highest of the heavens and touch onto the earth. The Sandolfin rules over Malkut, and Metatron rules over Keter. And so between Keter and Malkut, you've got the coverage of the tree, because Metatron is in the supernals, and Sandolfin is in the lower etheric triangle, but it connects through, because Keter and Malkut are the same thing in a different frequency. So these two are like together give you the option to travel the entire tree. And so when you put them together, do you have the twins? And so I think there's a serpentine legacy being mentioned here. And I wonder whether the Seraphim are aspects of the same potentiality, if that makes sense. Like is Metatron a one being, or is Metatron a group of beings? And is Sandolfin one being, or is Sandolfin a group of beings? And that group of beings represents a unity with another group of beings, which makes a fusion. And that could be what we're looking at when we're looking at Hermes, or the caduceus seems to be representing this idea, which is representing the twin serpents. And the twin serpents obviously are what is being bound by the staff in the caduceus. And so these twin serpents represent the rising and falling forces of Idda and Pingala. And so the Shashumna is what they are wound around. So when you have the two serpents wound around the Shashumna, your Kundalini has awoken and become centralized. And in that way, the Kundalini can flow smoothly. Because if the Kundalini goes left or right, you're going to have hirikiri consequences, psychological, emotional, physical, whatever. That Kundalini flow needs to be through the Shashumna. Otherwise, you could end up with like a lucky packet draw.
And interestingly, the Kundalini is the third serpent, has a triple coil. And when you do Kundalini work, you release that triple coiled serpent. It's interesting how they interplay.
I think it represents the Taurus. And here's interesting when we look at the figure of 8. So the figure of 8 is obviously, if you look at the toric field, a toric field will have a cone and a cone touching the points, right? An upper cone and a lower cone. But if you look at what's represented, if you draw a circle around those two cones, what you've got left in the feature, if you color in the cones, you've got a figure of 8. So the figure of 8 represents the toric field, which is back to that Saturn cube again. And the same idea is represented by the caduceus. So the caduceus is a very clever way to encode represent the toric field
It's just also thinking right
and
now, if you think
Saturn at the same time.
that if you think about the number 8 and the spiral, it's actually 2 zeros touching each other. If you think of the 0 as being a kind of a sort of infinity, so it's like that infinity symbol is like 2 zeros sort of coming together and kind of like creating a whole new dimension of infinity.
Also, there's the Mobius strip where you can make a plane that goes infinitely in that double circle. It never crosses. It crosses both sides.
So, Franklin, I think I got a slide here soon, but if you can let me share screen, I think I can put my ninja fingers to work and maybe share my last graphic.
Is that good?
I'm not sure. You guys might have to tell me.
We can see you.
Are you?
We
Can you see my?
all of you?
Can you see my screen? Let me see. Oh, it might not let me. Let me try.
You click the present button and it will show you one of your tabs that's open. You'll have to select a tab.
Okay, let me see. And try entire screen. Okay, forgive me if it goes tunnel vision for a second. Okay, here we go. Entire screen. All right, are you seeing me? There we go. All right, this won't take long. I wanted to share this graphic with everybody. Let's see. There, is it coming through? Can you guys see this?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Right on.
Where is that?
This is in Japan.
I thought so.
Yes, and I don't know if this is the Torii Gate. This might just be an example or a model of the Torii Gate of, I believe it's Nagasaki. I might be wrong. If I'm wrong, that it's Hiroshima. But this Torii Gate is very symbolic, very profound. And big ups again to Chris Miner for bringing this forward. I kind of did some renovations on this graphic. But I wanted to share some of the old weaves on here is that the phrase climb et e crisis in Latin is it translates to the climate is out of the woods. And the phrase out of the woods was originated by Benjamin Franklin a long time ago. I think I might have shared this graphic before with you, Franklin. But also the word scientific, scientific in Latin, it translates to know that it is a fiction. And in fact, the word fact means a fabrication. Even the word discovery actually translates to an invention. And so I just find it fascinating that so many people are doing so many funerals at a time in the name of what is scientific, and that they're actually whispering in Latin, know that this is a fiction. But I wanted to share that the word Ronin samurai is an anagram with almost a perfect Japanese accent for Musarium, which is basically how a Japanese accent would say mushroom. And you cannot deny that the standard image of the samurai is a living mushroom with those beautiful rice hats that they have, the rice paddy hat. And this is my favorite film of all time. I recommend it so highly to everybody. Find the time and enjoy it in its original format. I actually recommend in Japanese with subtitles. Do not do the dubbed version. The movie Seven Samurai is a classic. It is, I think it's pivotal that everybody in their life before you die, go watch Seven Samurai and give some respect to my man Kanbei here, who is the chief of the Seven Samurai. Because when I was a youth in martial arts, we are instructed to bow when you walk into the dojo. And when you walk out of the dojo, you actually turn backwards to face the dojo and bow into the dojo as you walk out. And I always wondered, what the heck is that ceremony? What is that about? And then I watched Seven Samurai and I figured it out. And so I'm not going to complete the koan of that. I'll just let everybody kind of figure it out on their own path to watch the movie and see what bowing in and out of the dojo is all about. And with that, I got a slide, y'all.
Yeah, thank you so much, Gabe.
Much love, brother. You managed to like really go the distance. We're just about hitting 4 hours. Holy macaroni.
Yeah,
Holy macaroni is not funny. I just realized I've got to make some space.
Yeah. Greyhorn, it was nice to weave with you today, man. I'm glad we found each other here at the round table finally. I think a couple times we might have just missed each other. So yeah, this was great to weave with all of you. Big love and respect, brothers.
Respect.
Much love, brother. Thank you for joining us. It's been an honor to have you and all of you guys. And we've got a little bit of time, not very much time, but we've got a bit of time to continue. What have we not covered? It's been quite a discussion.
The only other thing I can think of is maybe if we covered Abraxas yet, because I know Abraxas is the rooster-headed deity who has 2 legs, and I'm also thinking about the archetype of the snake oil salesman.
Okay.
Snake legs on Abraxas, a rooster head, and I believe Abraxas carries a whip in one hand and a shield in the other. Whip also being known as the scourge, which is sometimes portrayed as a serpent biting onto a rod or pillar, which is used as the money sign in America for $1. But I also wanted to mention that the mushroom that Gabe was mentioning earlier used to be portrayed above a wise man's head to denote wise or holy man. And over time, it developed into the halo. I had a mycologist, a mushroom professor that had a lecture on just say no, KNOW, know what you're going to eat for mushrooms. And a lot of the lecture was about the denotation of the mushroom above a wise man's head, which is really interesting. But I wanted to mention the story of Gilgamesh, where he found the elixir of immortality, and instead of taking it right then and there, decided to lay down and clean up and take a nice bath in the hot spring. And as he laid it down and went off into the bath, a serpent crawled out of the bush and stole that elixir and ran off into the bush. So the snakes are known to be wise and immortal, rebirthing themselves when they shed their skin. That goes way back to Sumerian myth from ancient
There's
culture.
a very interesting story, and that's why the serpents have got immortality, and that's why they molt. Now, in India, there's a Vedic part which speaks about how some of the Amrit, some of the sacred nectar was spilt on the earth, and that the Naga managed to lick up some of the sacred the nectar of immortality, and gained immortality, and then went and slit their tongues on a blade of grass, and it's why they have a forked tongue. Very interesting. So there's a similar story there with the nectar of immortality being gained by the Nagas in India. That's why the Nagas are immortal, because they don't pass, which is another interesting correlation between the Sumerian and the Vedic school of thought. And Gilgamesh story is very interesting as well. You know, there's different versions of the story. In the other version of the story, because there's an Arcadian version and a Sumerian version. In the other version of the story, he swims deep into the he has to swim deep, and he has to get this the sacred plant, right? And he gets to the top, and he's so tired. He's too tired to take it. And he lays down to sleep. And while he's asleep, the serpent comes and steals it from him. And that's why his immortality was taken by the serpent. It stole his immortality in a sense. So very interesting concepts here, you know. I think another thing that we don't really realize, we don't recognize when we're looking at this, like the path of the serpent is the path of ascent on the tree of life.
Look,
The way that
entertain Mike. He don't need.
the 10 powers are the powers of manifestation. So these are the Sephirot. These are the etheric containers that contain the astral chakras of energy that are contained within the Sephirot, the containers. And these are the powers and the principalities that can be considered as part of stepping up and stepping down the consciousness potential to form matter. Though the ascent serpent is the path of personal ascent. So you could consider the sword, as it is considered as being the 10 Sephirot, which is the powers and the principalities. And you can consider the serpent as being the ascent. And the sword is the macrocosm, and the serpent is the microcosm. So the serpent represents the inner world, in the way that the sword represents the outer world, which is quite interesting. And so the whole point of the serpent is about bringing us closer to the truth. And so it's uncoiling its furls. With every uncoil, we get closer to the truth until we are the truth, which is another interesting concept, because it suggests that we don't learn the truth or know the truth, we become the truth. And that truth is the serpent within us as a concept. And once again, I suppose it gets back to the Seraphim, those divine living creatures, which are fiery creatures with the wings. I was wondering, I see we're getting to the point where it's like we're hitting the 4-hour point. What else is there you guys would like to throw at the table before we start saying our goodbyes? I wonder if there's more Stein Fox wanted to add.
I was just thinking about actually in terms of music, in terms of how if you like take a sheet of I don't know, I can't think of the word, but just like, you know, you got like, you know, written music down like on a score. You think that melodies kind of like are kind of mapped out in almost a serpentine way. You kind of go like the notes go up, they go down, they go back up, and they go down again. And I was thinking like there's something kind of interesting about that, and that it's almost like you see something more serpentine, like how it represents itself in sound and in music. I don't know. That's something I was thinking about just now.
Well, that's interesting, because serpents would represent connections, wouldn't they? The way one thing is another thing. The way one thing. So how does the A note represent the other A note? What's the connection between A on one frequency and A in another frequency? That could be like the serpents, one serpent touching another serpent, which are part of a pair. And then the other serpent touching another serpent, which is a part of a pair. And each one is a colloidal, a toric field of sound that connects to the next toroidal field of sound. And they create these toroidal fields, which if you look at them, would become the tree of life. No?
Yeah.
But I think there's a lot of interesting things to look at when we look at sound, because serpents have a very interesting. I found a serpent in a hole, and I sang to it in Sri Lanka, And the way that it responds to sound, it's very interesting. You can change its behavior with the tone of your voice, like very, very fast, very powerfully. Snakes.
Almost like it's a living guitar string.
Yeah. They are incredibly sound. And I think that's why they bite people. Because people don't shut up. If you see what I mean. People see a snake and they go like, ah, and they don't like sounds that are discordant. If you see a snake and you sing, you're going to be best buddies with it. But make a discordant sound with your voice, and it's gonna strike you. And most people, out of fear, will make a discordant sound with their voice. They'll scream or shout or something, and that's when the serpent strikes, which is quite interesting in itself. This irrational fear that causes people to basically go a little bit tits up.
Also
That's
makes
interesting.
me think of the snake handlers in the Southern Baptist Church in the U.S. I don't know if you're familiar with this, Frank. I'm sure Indy Sage probably is, being from America, but there's a thing in the certain Southern Baptist Church where practitioners, priests in the church would hold up poisonous snakes in their hands. They would just get a whole bunch of them. And the idea is that if you were pure of faith, the snakes wouldn't bite you. And so that was kind of like a practice that they would do to get in touch with Jesus and God or whatever. So I thought that was kind of like, it kind of reminds me of what you were talking about just now.
I've seen that done in the Pentecostal church.
I think that might be what I'm talking about. I think
Yeah,
that's the Pentecostal.
I've been in the Pentecostal church when they're juggling snakes. I think it's pretty cool. But it's an African tradition, and I think the Pentecostals are very much like the African peoples here, for example, are more Pentecostal, and I think it comes from African traditional forms of worship, where a snake would be held, and it would purify you. It would take all of the bad karmic stuff off of you, or it would give you a dose of its, look what I'm carrying for you, which is interesting. Sort of like if somebody doesn't want to live anymore, right? Let them hold a cobra. If that makes sense. Because they'll be facing mortality in a way that they won't be able to make the decision. And they'll probably want to live after that. Isn't that an interesting concept?
Yeah, definitely.
Because it seems to be a thing these days, people not wanting to live. And another idea of the snake, the serpent, the connection between the snake and the vulture, I think there's something quite powerful that we've not really touched the bottom with there. The vulture represents what cleans up, right? Vultures are eating whatever's left, the offal of other animals' hunts, and the snake represents like a very Puritan. The snake is very fussy about what it eats. Yeah, it's got to normally snakes are quite particular. They have to eat their food warm, don't they? Because whenever I've had snakes, I've had to feed them warm things when I was young.
Well, it needs to, at the very least, look alive, I believe.
Can you trick a snake?
No, I know that. Let's call him an acquaintance of mine. I don't want to call him a friend, not anymore, at least. He had a pet snake, Draco, of course, Draco. And he would buy like mice for him and all. And I don't know if it's like to trick the snake or just because snakes are so picky. But he had to kind of like he couldn't just throw the snake with or the mouse or the rat even with Draco and be like, well, there's dinner, go ahead. You had to kind of wiggle him and kind of like move him around to I don't know, like activate the hunter's instinct or something like that. I know that at least his pet snake, he didn't like it when the food was just there. It's like, okay, well, what am I supposed to do with this? Just like make it look like something.
Yeah. Well, maybe you can. Maybe it is possible. That's an interesting concept.
Because it's movements that snakes are attracted to, movements and changes in the chemical composition of the air around them. Because I do believe that their sight is pretty bad, and that's why their sense for movement and sense of taste is so incredibly heightened.
That is very fascinating. The sense of taste heightened in a snake. I've got quite a heightened sense of snake taste. I've got quite a heightened sense of smell, and I've always been pretty good with snakes. Like I can have snakes go over my feet or go between my legs or like in the wild, and it doesn't really bother me.
I mean, there's even such a thing as praying with snakes, snake handlers in church. But I mean, we're talking deep south US, where all the crazies live. So
I've always attracted them. They like come into my bed. I've had a snake here in my living room. Like I'm a snake magnet.
You're not a chick magnet, you're a snake magnet. Huh.
I've got a mongoose here, which makes me sad. I mean, the mongoose is beautiful here. My property lives here. But it means that like there's no more snakes. Because when the mongoose moved in, the snakes just vanished. Which I like because my 7-year-old boy is 8 years now. 8-year-old boy is probably safer without the snakes around because there might be a cobra or puff adder. But,
Isn't it weird that everyone's afraid of snakes and snakes are afraid of mongoose, but no one's afraid of mongooses?
Mongooses are so cool, hey? Have you watched them move?
I know they're very fast. Like
they're very
faster
fast,
than the snake is. Like their reflexes are so
we
fast.
see a lot of mongoose here. Like where I live is full of mongoose. It tells you about how many snakes there are around here. I live in Snakeville. And like literally, if I walk through the penguin sanctuary in the mornings, I'll see like 3 or 4 mongoose. Not unusual when I'm climbing the mountain to see the mongoose cruising around like in front of us. They don't let you get too close. They like vanish into the bushes. They're quite, like you said, they're quite sussed. They're quite quick. They're quite fascinating little creatures. But yeah, man.
That's an interesting point, actually. Like, we're afraid of snakes. Snakes are, I mean, they're not fond of us, at least. But nobody really, I mean, I haven't heard anyone say that, oh, yeah, like the animal or the thing that I'm most afraid of are mongoose. No, not really. I mean, snakes, yeah, pretty common. But the mortal enemy of the snake, the mongoose, nah. Maybe because snakes are more widespread. Their symbolism is more widespread because it's such an ancient symbol. I don't know. And it's also I believe. Wait, am I?
I'm still here.
Okay. I was kind of worried. Like
He usually kind of dips in and out every now and again.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was me. Like my connection will space out sometimes as well. But yeah, that's funny that you mentioned that. Never thought of it that way.
Yeah, it just came to me now.
And he's back, Mister.
You're muted.
Muted. So not fully back.
Well, thank you guys. Unless there's something else, there was something that you mentioned, Cosmic, that we didn't really go into. There was something you said, and that we sort of sidetracked the conversation. What was it? It was about 12 minutes ago.
I'm not sure I remember either.
I was on the phone with Zeralath. He called me because my latest show just aired, and he called me for it. So I wasn't keeping track.
Okay. Well, thank you guys. It's been an honor. I'm bursting for the Lulu. Lulu is the first original name of humanity in the Sumerian records. So the first name of man in the Sumerian language was Lulu, which is quite interesting. It's such a cute sounding word, isn't it? Lulu.
Yeah.
Lulu. Oh, we made a Lulu.
Which is funny because if you're being delusional, people will say you're acting delulu.
Yes. Delusi. Oh. Delusi.
Lunacy. Well, obviously, because it's like the moon.
Yeah.
That was the thing, because people believe that when the full moon comes, that people would go insane, and that that word stuck with us in the English language. We still sort of use that to describe people as lunatics.
No, it's
like of the moon.
Like the moon cycles very much affect people. I mean, the moon cycles on the greater planet as a whole, they cause ebb and flow with the waters. The human body is made up of mostly water, or a water-like substance, at least. So just imagine what it does to the human body. I know that my wife, Firefly, especially with the last full moon, she still has yet to have a decent night's sleep after the last full moon because it affects her so much.
Wow, yeah, the moon's powerful. Speaking of the moon, Inanna is the Inanna from the Sumerian stories took a human man, Delusi, as her concubine, spouse. All the other men died in her bed.
Black Widow?
Until Delusi came along and he survived. And she was like, okay, you must be a reincarnation of my her original spouse who had been put out of flesh puppetry action.
Out of commission.
And yeah, he'd been decommissioned because he was naughty. I think he tried to overthrow. That's right. He tried to steal the tablets from Enki.
Oh, bad
or was
idea.
it Enlil at the time? No, I think it was Enki. They had these sacred tablets. These tablets that held all this power, and it was anyway. It was a big story, and he was sentenced to out of the world. But anyway, you said the word delusion and made me think of Delusi.
Yeah.
Maybe she had put a spell on him.
Well, Lulu.
Inanna. Yeah. Inanna might have put a spell on him because he was human and she wasn't.
Well, I mean, we know that like hypnotism, like the repetition of words or just certain, even two words like Lulu or whatever, like very short but very easy to remember, sound or singing, like we call, if you want to say that someone is singing or act like someone is singing, it's la la. Or, we were talking about French earlier, ooh la la, which is a very, like a very, I'd say, like sort of sensual expression of surprise, like ooh la la. So, nana, lulu, la la.
Going to La La Land. Lala, Lala. Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah,
Lala,
takes a
Layla
bit of
means to
lullaby.
sleep. Layla.
Lullaby.
Yeah, a lullaby. I think it comes from the
lullaby?
root of something to put you to sleep.
A
Because
lullaby.
Layla Tov means
Yeah.
sleep well, isn't it? In Hebrew.
Night, night.
Yeah, I think it's
Nana.
just that words, like when you repeat them, they have a sort of momentum to them. I think like in back when I was a kid, and I would go over to a person's house and they have like an above ground pool. So it'd be like a pool that's like shaped like a circle. And what we would always do was we'd all walk around in a circle in the pool until a whirlpool was essentially created.
Yeah.
And at a certain point, when you were walking around, you would just move with the whirlpool. And if you tried to move against the current, you would just be pushed by that. And I think repetition of words has the same kind of effect in my mind. It's like ideas have a certain momentum to them, that once that momentum kind of starts moving in place, it's very difficult to kind of like stop and get your bearings, so to speak. I think that's why in a lot of ways, when it comes to like, everybody has like different points of view and perspectives on the world, on what's real and what's not. But usually beliefs change very gradually. You're not likely to, turn a Christian into an atheist overnight or the other way around. Usually it's a long, gradual process where people kind of go through their beliefs because there is that momentum
like the
of
spiral.
the previous belief system.
I'm going to come now. Patience. 1 minute.
So I think that's just kind of interesting.
Yeah. No, it is. And if you look at a whirlpool, it's the spiral. If you connect the two whirlpools, you get the torus, the toroidal field again.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, and as you said, like with the repetition of words, you go into this mental whirlpool, this mental spiral, if you will, just going deeper and deeper until you're somewhere, maybe until like you come to an understanding, and then you get out of the whirlpool on the.
That's why I think sometimes
going
too.
larger again.
Sorry, I interrupted, but that's sometimes the best way to
I'm
kind
being
of
overrun here.
stop a whirlpool is to just sort of stop moving. You don't try to like fight to go with the current.
Okay, I'm
And
gonna take that now. Okay.
sometimes in a way, when we try to get out of the whirlpool, we just make the whirlpool more intense. And sometimes you just have to kind of like let the words slide and stop. Kind of like very much like Buddhist meditation, where you're just sort of, where you don't try to actively get rid of the words. You just let them sort of like pass by like water on a duck's back.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean that's pretty much the only way to stop a whirlpool. Either get out or have it slow and slow down until it's still water again. Yeah.
Okay, maybe we should wrap it up. It's been lovely and it's been an honor having you guys. It's been great having you guys in the chat. I'm going to be running out of recording time. My dogs have been overwhelming me. I've got a Malamute who's very forceful. He's like, roar, 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 roar. And I've convinced him now it's going to be a minute. Like, he's very clever. He keeps track of time, Malamutes. They're very intelligent. They're wolf.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
big, yeah? He's he's huge.
And speaking of the moon, wolves.
Thank you all. It's been an honor. Cosmic, dear Stein, dear guys, I hope you guys have a fabulous Cosmic. I hope you have a good afternoon.
You too, man.
Evening. Stein, I hope you sleep well.
Oh, I will. I will. It's been a busy day.
And thank you all for being a part of the show. It's been absolutely terrific. 4 hours and 23. We've done okay. I'm still within my recording limit. I'm not going to break the bank. Do you use StreamYard, Stein?
I've been using Zoom more because it's easier for a lot of my guests, but I do still prefer StreamYard.
You've been using Zoom lately?
Yeah, because it's easier to set up, and it's easier to attach that to the to Calendly, the scheduling app that I use. I can integrate it with it, but my preference still goes to StreamYard because of the customization options.
Right. Yeah, it does. Sending you guys much love. Honor having you guys. Thank you all in the chat. You guys have been great. Have an absolutely fabulous what's left of the weekend. Much love. Blessings. Om Shanti. Don't forget
Take it
to
easy,
smile.
man.
Yes, it's been good, man.